as an association that pushes student bodies' voices to the forefront, we should aim to make strides past just acknowledgement to those who continue to fight for their rights to be recognized and respected as the original stewards of this land. I ask you all to dedicate time and care to personal education to advocate for justice alongside indigenous peoples. Okay, before we begin with roll call, I just want to point out, let's set some simple guidelines for the meeting, because it's defined by two sort of counter currents. The first is that we have several dozen agenda items to get through that we must get through. And the second is that we have an ethical duty for our minute takers, and we have a collegial duty to one another and everyone else involved to get out of here by 11 sharp. So that means we have thorough discussion of each agenda item, be it legislation, action item, whatever it be. But that have already been covered, and we stay within reason. I ask that of all of you, so we can have a phenomenal success that would be getting out of there 11th. Okay, we move into roll call. Senator Chaudhry.
Present.
Senator Claro.
Present.
Senator Gutierrez. Senator Harder.
Present.
Senator Hepburn.
Present.
Senator Young. Senator Jones. Senator Lucan.
Present.
Senator Lee. Senator Nala. Steve Proxy.
Proxy.
Senator Manitoba. Senator Mahis. Senator Ola Laitan. Senator Ona. Senator Panakanti. Senator Pasher. Thank you. Senator Reese. Senator Shurkin. Hello. Senator Sussman. Senator Sundarejan. No. Senator Tham.
Present.
Senator Toledo.
Proxy.
Senator Wang.
Present.
Senator Wahidullah. Well, excuse me. Okay, we move into excused absences. Any motions? They'll all be excused since it's week 10. Let's just, let's go into acceptance of proxies. Senator Harder,
Motion to bundle and accept all proxies.
but those motions have to be made in the first place. So I think there's only two. There's three. Okay, so you go through each of them individually. Lucan,
Motion to accept. Proxies to.
pardon?
Motion has previously sent it first.
All right. Who made the motion to, was it Harder? Did you rescind your motion?
I just remember.
Appreciate it. Lucan,
Motion to accept proxy to Ciarte as proxy for Senator Taliaferro. For the duration of the meeting.
there's been a motion to accept Jacob Inciarte as proxy for Senator Natalia Foster for the duration of the meeting. Is there a second, Harder? Is there a second round of discussion? Wahidullah. Question has been called. Any objection on the question?
Consent.
Any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Harder,
Motion to accept Luke Lopez as proxy for Senator CJ Toledo.
there's been a motion to accept Luke Lopez for. There's been a motion to accept Luke Lopez as proxy for Senator CJ Toledo. Is it for the duration of the meeting?
For the duration of the meeting.
For the duration of the meeting. Is there a second? Senator Chaudhry,
Second.
there's been a second round of discussion. Senator Claro,
Call question.
question has been called. Any objection on the question?
Consent.
Any objection on consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Pan,
Motion to accept Wolfgang Ramos as proxy for Callaway Manala, for the, until 8:30 for this meeting.
there's been a motion to accept Wolfgang
Ramos.
Ramos, oh, okay, as proxy for
Hallway.
Senator Kwame Manala until 8:30 PM. Is there a second? Senator Lightfoot, I'm sorry,
Wayne.
Senator Wayne,
Second.
there's been a second round of discussion. Senator Lee, question has been called. Any objection on the question?
Consent.
The objection on consent, seeing none, motion passes. And now I could welcome any motions to bundle and approve all proxies. And what do you want? There's been a motion to bundle and accept all proxies. There's a second, Harder.
Second.
Second, we're now in discussion. Senator Claro,
Call question.
question has been called. There's no objection, call the question.
Consent.
Objection on consent, seeing none, motion passes. Okay, we move into external reports. Is there a chancellor's representative? UCPD representative, GSA, Youth and Governance Board, IVCSD. Okay. Seeing none, let's move into public forum. I think Ms. Karen, is that correct? For public forum? Kere, last name? Not present? Okay, is there anyone else for public forum? So what was your name? Right, yeah. Gee,
question, or a question. For public forum, does chairs have to go to public forum, or is it?
That's the unit report. I'm assuming you're a chair from BCU, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Your report. When we get to unit reports later.
Right, you turn the podium to the activate.
Oh, like, what's the,
Let's just, can someone remove that chair, please?
what's that chair? Okay, should we honor name this second? And should we mark that the first speaker was not present?
Sure.
Could you please spell out your full name?
SANIKA.
MIKA?
NIKA.
Okay,
Okay, space NEW. ADKAR.
amazing, okay. So you have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q and A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of the senator's intention is prohibited. It may result in you being removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include content warnings that will be graphic. You may only come up to speak once. You may choose not to answer any question. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, I'm Sonica, pronouns she, her. I'm here from the court, so we were unable to do a funding request in front of FMB this past quarter because we're trying to get registration fees that we can only spend during the summer. Because registration opens for our regional tournaments over the summer in September. So I'm here to request 2,300 for 10 teams. 200 is our estimated cost per team. However, we are anticipating that it goes up 25 per team because last year it went from 175 to 200. And so we're expecting it to go to 225, but it also might stay at 200. We're not sure until until registration starts in September. And there's also an additional $50 school-wide like registration fee that we fill out in July or August. So that's good. I also have a budget sheet that you typically like submit with Flux for FNB, but it's like, I don't know if you guys want that, but I also have it.
Are you done?
Yes.
Thanks so much. I was told by Michael, our Associate Director of Finance and Budget, that you would essentially send that to me and we would process it, so not necessarily through the Flex form. So please just send it to my email, and that's how we'll process it. Thank you. Is there any questions? The motions on the agenda is pretty straightforward. Okay, thank you so much for coming. Is anyone else here for public forum? Lovely. Okay, should we move into accept the agenda? Yeah,
We should go down to agenda, yes, accept it off agenda.
okay, welcome any motions? Go down,
Motion to add onto the agenda, just preface this is long, under action items, a motion to reallocate all 1,000 from line item special projects category 7900 to line item food category 7001 from Judicial Council AS account number 464 for the reimbursement of staff members for food provided to the Judicial Council.
can you send me that?
Yes.
We should do it before we start the agenda. I don't know about our session, actually,
It's sent.
On,
The IVP email.
there's been a motion to add on to the agenda under action items, a motion to reallocate all $1,000 from line item special projects category 7,000 to line item food category 7,001 from Judicial Council AS account number 464 for the reimbursement of staff members for food provided to the Judicial Council. Is there a second? Where are you going? There's been a second round of discussion. Mr. Chaudhry,
Call the question.
question has been called. Call the question.
Consent.
Yes.
Like I said, seeing on motion passes, it's been added onto the agenda. We'll reach the motion.
Add motion to the agenda.
Be able to, ask some of the action items suggested.
Some
Should we
issues,
accept each item as the-
accept the agenda, if it has some later. Everything is read.
and then we have to do something.
That's motion, that has to change.
I welcome any motions to accept the agenda. Political percent,
Motion to accept the agenda?
there's been a motion to accept the agenda, we're now, thoroughly. There's been a second round of discussion. Attorney Jones, the question has been called, any objection on the question? Any objection by consent, seeing none, motion passes. Okay, nothing on consent calendar. This will be the only exception in order of business. We'll move into executive reports. Anyways, I think it's like work function, Professor, thank you. Okay, maybe again.
Hi, everyone. Hope weekend is going well for you guys. I just wanted to speak a bit about my concerns regarding policy 43 and changes to the chair appointment model, which I hope you will take into consideration as you deliberate about it, considering my background as both a former BCU chair and AS president, the primary bodies involved in the chair appointment process. To put it plainly, I find the liaison committee, BCU chair hearing, to be wholly unnecessary. Each BCU's legal code outlines a process for selecting its next chairs. Typically, this requires some sort of application, interview, and voting process within that BCU. Then the BCU chair nomination is sent to the AS president for approval. The AS president then reviews the chair's qualifications, nominations, process, and intentions as chairs, and decides whether to appoint the chair or not. The Senate then signals its trust in the AS president and the BCU chair nomination process and confirms the chair appointment. Chairs already go through 2 review processes before reaching the Senate. These are not random people with no qualifications being selected for chair positions. As such, there is absolutely no need to introduce further bureaucratic measures to vet BCU chairs and convolute our governing processes. Adding a liaison committee hearing would only take away time from both committee members and BCU chairs to perform their other crucial responsibilities. I completely understand the sentiment behind this policy. The previous Senate participated in unfair practices that targeted certain chair appointments and not others, and you want to standardize the process to make it more fair. However, the process was already standardized, as I just explained, and this past year exemplified rare instances where the standard was not followed. There's another way to prevent against this unfair treatment, and that is to follow the standard that was set. The new policy doesn't fully safeguard against unfair treatment. For instance, the IVP can still request at will that the chair be questioned by the entire Senate as opposed to the committee, and the policy can be enacted or retired at the will of the Senate to subject some chairs to hearings and not others. For instance, when I inquired about how the liaison committee would handle the sheer amount of chair appointments at the end of next year, when it's the end of the quarter, they're new in their positions and chairs want to get appointed before the summer. I was told that the policy could simply be suspended to mass approve the chair appointments, but then how is it fair that some chairs are subject to hearings and not others depending on the timing of their appointments? Another reasoning for the policy that I received was that it would allow BCU chairs to establish a relationship with the liaison committee early on. While I acknowledge that closer relationship and communication between BCU chairs and the liaison committee are highly important, I do not believe that this is the most effective way to accomplish this. From my experience as a BCU chair, I can say that I would have a much better relationship with Senate, who is oftentimes seen as scary in the eyes of BCUs, if I had a sit-down conversation about goals, projects, and questions, as opposed to being interviewed by as many as 5 senators in a public hearing. And I believe many other BCU chairs would agree. Rather than mandating these hearings, if the liaison committee wishes to build stronger relationships with BCU chairs, I strongly recommend that they dedicate their time to reaching out to chairs, attending BCU meetings, and working with the committee on committees to coordinate more constructive chair meetings with better attendance. This is what will provide a more solid foundation for BCU Senate relations. This is just my opinion on policy 43. However, I'm just one person. Before any action is taken on this resolution, I highly recommend that the liaison committee takes more time to receive feedback from VCU chairs on this policy. One of the biggest pitfalls the Senate has made in years past is bringing legislation to the table that involve VCUs while leaving them entirely in the dark. So I say this not just for this resolution, but for any legislation that you write this year, please consult relevant VCUs. And I will say it again, you must make VCUs aware of legislation that pertains to them and give them adequate time to give you feedback before you bring it to the floor. Please, I hope that in this year you will not alienate or condescend to VCUs like previous Senates have. You have an opportunity to build a Senate that actually works well with the rest of the association, and the association really must work together to get anything done. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Madam President. If there's any questions, let's keep it within the region of time again. Mayor Lugan?
Thank you, Madam President. I think you bring up some really important points. To elucidate for us a little bit, could you provide an example of the Senate interacting with VCUs before passing a bill or not? And explain why that was positive or negative?
Yeah, one instance wasn't like a specific bill, but it was an email that was sent to Senate or to VCUs last quarter about like changes to, or sorry, this quarter, at the beginning of this quarter, about changes to the chair appointment process. And it was sent like 7 hours before the Senate meeting. And a lot of VCU chairs had like strong opinions about it, but didn't have time to come and make their voices heard. So in my opinion, I think that the conversation should happen before it's even brought to Senate, so that can happen in a more like informal, constructive conversation setting. Another instance last year, there was legislation brought to combine, forgive me if I'm like, don't have all the details correct, but I believe that there's legislation brought to combine, some of the environmental VCUs. And that was like brought to the Senate meeting before talking to any of them, and that like spurred a lot of anger. And there are like other instances of that.
Grant of that's personal privilege, Jim. Just for information purpose only, there was never legislation aiming to combine EJ and EAB. It's that was never legislation for it. In addition, the idea was floated 2 years ago in terms of intermediate share between multiple BCUs within the same metric area, but there was never any legislation on it.
Yeah, I don't know about like that for sure, because that was a couple of years ago. I just remember like seeing like very angry ASY emails about it. So I think that's something we all want to make sure to avoid this year.
Sir John?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam President, for communicating your concern with us, but I just a quick question on the note that you talked about. How rather than adding on additional procedure to inform the standardization of the process, we should only following the existing procedure and standardization within the VCUs. Could you explain to us how can we ensure that these procedures are standardized and will met within the VCUs if we are not doing the communication through theory? Okay.
Yeah, well, the president is supposed to like take in a statement of intent from all the VCU chairs, and in this statement, they're supposed to detail how they got selected by their board for the position, what qualifies them for the position, and what they intend to do as a chair. So it's the president's job to review this, follow up if necessary.
Sir Idwell?
Do you have any exceptional personal experience collaborating with VCUs or working in regards to Senate about any insight of negotiations with previous Senates and previous IC committees that you believe were positive in their experience that you would recommend in positively to help with regards to communication with ASC?
Yeah, from concept specific, we got like when there was like a specific like liaison, like Senate liaison to VCUs, we got really fortunate. We had 2 years of liaisons who like came to our meetings regularly, answered our questions. And also in the past couple of years, we've had close relationships with the advocacy portion of the basically committee, and like collaborating on some of our events. And I think that's been like a really constructive relationship. And then from my time being like in the liaison committee as the VCU rep, I think that like the VCU chairs who had interactions with the liaison committee found it to be very constructive because they got to come and like work on these projects and like talk in like the meeting setting, and I got the help of it.
Okay, last one, Senator Lee.
Permission to clarify something that President Metzger said.
Sure.
Thank you so much for giving your perspective on, like, from a PCU perspective. I had similar concerns also in front of PCU. Never brought it up to Vice Chair Khan, who's also one of the writers of the legislation. And just to clarify the standing rules for the Senate, we just bring the legislation up, but it will be tabled to the committee that it will apply to. So this, standing policy 43 won't be immediately enacted, but it'll be tabled to the liaison committee first for further discussion. And I brought up the same concerns that you've had to Senator Khan already, so we will be working closely with the VCUs and other members of our committee to like further work on having a committee process that is approved and had input from the VCU chairs.
President, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Order. I'm hearing from my senators, and I hear that the last few minutes stuff.
Hello, test, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. I mean, it's just me on right now, but yeah, I can hear you.
Nothing we can do.
Yeah, and we're live streaming too, so if anybody has any issues with that, they can reach out to me. But we're good.
So we're gonna move into old business and directly to a resolution to enact Senate Policy 43, citing President Metzger's address of it in her president's report. So essentially, the first and the second will speak, and then we'll move on to student sponsors. We'll go to discussion and then have a vote on whether to table it or not. Volunteering?
With the permission of the chair, can I speak first as a student sponsor?
It's highly unusual, isn't it?
No, it's been done before, multiple times.
With the consent of the first and second, would you be okay with the student sponsor speaking first?
Second.
Okay. Go ahead.
No. That's really follows my So even in Senate, I not have a great speech prepared because, well, I don't know, I need to prepare it. So I'm here to come for you, not as a parliamentarian, but as a student. I'm a student sponsor after. I want to talk to you about Senate Policy 43, the proposed changes. There are a couple of points, good points raised in the president's the president's report, and I want to have first discussion on it. But before I do, I want to let you know about the current.
Or about his story. It's evident how his performance.
What?
Go on.
Sorry, someone was unmuted on here. You're good to keep going, Michan.
Thank you. I'm going to talk to you about the context behind this standing policy. As you may have known, there are a couple of judicial council cases against the last unit. As a matter of fact, there are just members sitting in the audits. I highly encourage you to read the decisions info that are on judicial council website. But in short, the JC have concluded quite rightfully that if the Senate applied any special process to a chair or any appointee confirmation process, that is an abuse of membership rights. So the option remains is if the Senate creates a policy that equally applies to everybody on the appointment process, or the Senate rubber stamp everybody. There's no middle ground. Those are two only options. As the chair of BCU, they have literally have access to tens, if not hundreds, thousands of dollars a year to student fee. And they have the personal decision of their about by the delegated authority of the president. Now, it is entirely up to you to say, sure, I want to trust the process. I want to be a rubber stamp. That's your choice to make. But I believe in this process called trust but verify. Just as the president came to speak with you all tonight, and since she has a great amount of trust in the ability of the author and the student sponsors, but she still come and speak. I think that's the right thing to do. We should trust each other. We trust them with the right intention, but we should also do our own due diligence, trust but verify. And that's what this standing policy is about. Now, for a few specific points, there are concerns about policy to be an undue burden to BCU shares. And I'm sorry, that it's just not true. On average, let's say the issue committee had a super long period for everybody, an hour, that's most. You can't possibly send out that much pressure to us. I had the privilege of working with few very great chair in the association, and they have spent 5, 6, if not 10 hours on the BCU every single week. So that additional 1 hour is just not an undue burden. And then the president mentioned that the existing procedures suffice. There's no existing procedure. The existing procedure is rubber stamp everything. And when someone you don't like comes to the Senate stand, you don't hold a hearing. You don't allow them to present an argument on behalf of themselves. You simply had a closed session discussion and then you table their appointment forever. That's not right. Everyone, senator or not, they should have a choice to advocate for themselves, to hear the argument against themselves and make the response. That's what this policy will ensure. It will ensure a leveled playing field for everybody. People will have a clear expectation on what the process will look like. What if the liaison committee recommends against my nomination? I will have a chance to write my case personally. Now, to the point of the IVP's discretion on deciding which PCO needs to go through the liaison committee and which one going to Senate. That's hardly an exemption. The reason is, IVP cannot unilaterally decide, let's say, allows 12 government commission, so the chair from CDC doesn't have to go through any hearing. That's entirely not the case. Outside, it's the IVP may elect, instead of having the hearing at the liaison committee, have it at the entirety of the Senate, which is a more rigorous process. He has no discretion at all to exempt someone from those processes. I'll end my summary speech with that. In association, we are paid, as you will soon find out, around $2 or $1.5 per hour of work. That's true for senators and that's true for BCO chairs. That's true for everyone. We're doing this because we believe we bring a difference to the student. And we will not be doing our job if we just say, sure, let's just be a rubber stamp. Let's bring everything that put before us. That's not doing our job. That's just called being a rubber stamp. Trust is verified through our own due diligence. I'm open questions.
Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. Clara?
I'll be quick. Thank you for coming here today. I just have one curious question. It's also kind of related to this policy 48 right here. You mentioned that this policy is being brought up because of some cases that were brought up for the 75th Senate. I'm just curious, one of the people, the plaintiffs in those cases, was charged with a violation of those membership rights.
You mean defendant?
Yes, the defendant. And you mentioned that the framework was missing. I'm just really curious as to how a senator would be in violation of a framework that would be absent of the legal code.
Sure, of course. So those are just my personal take on it. So today is the grain of salt. But majority of the decision is that in the absence of a framework, any additional actions from either senators individually or the Senate as a whole. Let's say, to put it into perspective, let's say I'm being appointed to a chair position of a BCU and you're a senator. And instead of just rubber stamp appointment, you ask me to come to the Senate to answer questions, which I mean, well, actually happy to do so. But still, that's additional back and forth, that additional deliberation between the senator and the BCU nominee. That is defined as a membership rights violation. So I'm hoping to use this policy to alleviate that.
Okay, thank you so much. We now go to the first of the piece of legislation, please.
Hi, I just want to be quick. I know this is under some heated debate and discussion, polarization. That regardless of what happens here, this will be going to the liaison committee. So to be under review, in which other senators could talk to us outside of Senate, just so that we can respect everyone's time. In terms of the appointment process, which I've deeply looked into, the legal code states that the Committee on Committees is supposed to have an interview structure. And the BCUs can choose not to do that interview structure, which many have chosen not to. But in that, they are supposed to be filling out an appointment application that the Senate is able to review. However, so far as a new senator, I haven't been able to see those reviews. If I had my AS account, I would definitely be emailing the Committee on Committees. And I would definitely love to reach out to them in terms of the work that we could do. So the alternative that has been suggested is that the liaison committee, a group of around 6 to 7 people, allocates time to establish connections with roughly 40 BCUs on top of our other duties. And while as vice chair, I'm very happy to do that. This is my duty as a senator, as an elected official. We cannot be asked to decide funding or without at least understanding the interview process and the people behind the BCU chairs. For the sake of not just the chairs, the Senate, but the student population who gives their money to the BCUs. And I would just ask for any BCU chairs listening to meet us halfway, to at least be open to the establishment of a new process and work with the committee to develop this new framework. Thank you.
All right, on to the second, Senator Lee. Or was it second? Apologies.
I'll be quick. I think both senators and the students also have put every element of our attention purposes of the resolution. But I just want to point out one more thing on the so-called burden of bureaucratic burden we impose through the resolution, is that if the president have already been pointing out that the information of all the qualification of the chairs has been sent to her, what we only ask for is for us to also have the information and to verify them by ourselves, rather than just being a rubber stamp, as our student sponsor have already talked about. And the whole purpose is to standardize the process, to make it transparent and open to all the branches of AS, not just to the president or the BCUs themselves. And yeah, and it was out of the cases we have seen from the judicial branch, and to make sure we're protecting the equal membership right for every single candidate that was nominated for these positions. So it was not out of any powerless or authority desire for the Senate, but out of true intention to protect everybody's right within this association.
Amazing. Okay, we're now in discussion.
Information.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing that this will get tabled to liaison committee. Will the liaison committee meet this summer, or could they? And so could it either be for example, they meet next week, and then the next email vote is on there, or would it mean that it has to be liaison committee meeting in the fall? So this will at least have the whole summer. Someone provide information on that.
I could.
Okay, thank you.
All committees are expected to meet in the summer. So yeah, this could be the first summer meeting of the liaison committee where you begin that discussion, and maybe you want to, you're just so passionate about this and you think you want to go into it so considerately that you want to take the entire summer and bring it back in fall, or you discuss it in your first meeting And then in the next Senate meeting of summer, you could bring it back. And understanding rules is that all changes made in committee are automatically accepted, and they can only be reversed by a main motion on the Senate floor. So it's up to the liaison committee when they bring it back, but absolutely that can and should be, and is expected to be over something. Thank you for the question. Okay, we're now in discussion, you can discuss this. We have, so there's gonna be 15 minutes on old business for each agenda item. We have about 11 minutes left. Ideally, we make it through each of these in much less time, but you're free to discuss, and then we welcome any motions and tables. Senator Clara?
Comments. Can I do comments?
Yes, that's not.
I think this is a really good policy to enact simply because the decisions that I read, mainly the judgments, there was a framework that was established, but it didn't have any precedent. So I think this would set up a precedent in the future that JC can actually reliably I guess apply their legal analysis on, because I just didn't see that with the past judgments with those cases. So yeah, passes.
Great. Senator Jane? John, sorry.
Also, in a sense, just to add on to the points, I also think the procedures will make the chairs more aware of their responsibilities and the amount of like power, well, not power, but like, well, power and responsibility are in the case item point, but make sure when they know how position means for the association and the student body they serve, not just something that like they internally decided and just, you know, through a simple process. But yeah.
Information.
Yes.
If, are we gonna vote to pass, or like, I vote to pass this and then it goes to liaison committee? Or will it be motion to table to be able to do liaison committee?
You motion to table it. The only circumstances in this year's Senate, unless you change the standing rules, in which you can vote on something the very day it's being introduced on the Senate is of course if it's a resolution, so it doesn't have to be tabled by a week. And you have to discharge it from the committee you just tabled it to. You always got to table, and this should not be the case for this one. Sussman?
Just to be very, very brief. I really like this bill. It's not about control from the Senate, it's about communicating and having open relationships with BCUs, which is very much needed. BCUs will seem to be bureaucracy, and we need to have communication with them. If we need to meet them halfway, change legal code, or they're not change legal code, but change the bill's language, I think that can be done, but I'm a huge advocate for this bill because it'll help us not only understand where our funds are going, but who's in charge of those funds.
Thank you. This is, thank you. It's a resolution. We should try to get used to this section. Volunteer?
To Senator Lucas' point, the correct motion would be motion to refer it to the PH committee. I know it's a minor difference, but there is parliamentary difference between table and refer.
You're really right. So Ben?
Just the last thing, just a point, question for everyone. Do we know if we work on this during the summer, if the liaison committee works on this during summer, do we know that the BCU chairs will respond? Or can we get in contact with the BCUs to get their feedback if we're theoretically working on this over the summer?
The short question is, it's up to them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well,
They're still appointed over summer. Charlie? Oh, that's Charlie.
I had a lengthy discussion with Vice Chair Todd about this, and while I do understand the necessity of this standing policy, and I do agree with it, just I think how I'm trying to approach the liaison committee this year, just want to make it clear to all of you guys, is that I want to have like transparent, open communication with BCUs, and like what President Metzger mentioned before, having that input from them is really important because we don't want to be a body where we enact policy and then we put it onto the BCUs without their input. That's just how I wanted to approach our 76th term, is just getting that input in from the BCUs, making sure it's like really inherent to everyone. But I do believe this is essential, just like as Senator Jones and Senator Khan have mentioned, but yeah, I think just my biggest thing, what I believe other BC chairs, the Human Rights Board chair and President Metzger mentioned, is just getting that BCU input.
Senator John?
I just want to provide an extra information, because I'm the liaison for the BCU, and we have already talked about this, as their director have expressed their concern on the policy 43. And we actually had a really, I would say, fluent and successful communication. On the sense that I understand their worrying is mostly about the timing, not about the procedure itself. And we explained how we're gonna postpone the whole thing, but whatever, but I just think it's like a positive example of how we're gonna approach to the PCUs and how we talk about details and procedure and explain to them how this process is not for any power purposes from Senate, but just for verification and confirmation purposes for everybody. So it's just like we have to make the intention clear and explain to them how this is not an extra burden to them. And I think most PCUs will be open and accepting the policy. They're just worrying about changes that they don't really know the details about. But if we explain it fair enough, they will accept it.
Senator Chaudhry?
Can I make a motion?
Pardon?
Or are we still, can I make a motion?
We are still in discussion. Is there anyone who wants to add on? You would be free to make a motion if there is.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion to refer a resolution to enact standing policy 43 to liaison committee.
There's been a motion to refer resolutions to enact standing policy 43 to liaison committees. Or a second? Senator Clara?
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. We're now in discussion. Senator Law. The question has been called. There's an objection. Call the question.
Consent.
Any objection, I consent. Seeing none, motion passes.
Information.
Yeah.
How does it work when we're in discussion, and when can you make a motion?
You can make a motion anytime, essentially, and that motion can be, well, you can fail to have a second, or it can be object to the public question, to be objected to the consent, can be objected to, because sometimes people want to continue the discussion.
Thank you.
So theoretically, you could, the minute we get into it, you could just call the question.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move briefly back into executive director's report. Item 5, Sean, please feel free to come on.
Thank you. Again. All right, very briefly, Marcel's reports, she couldn't be here tonight, but still working to work with judicial counsel on some of the casework, working on contracts renewals and completions. They're really hoping the Pearl Center lease is complete soon. We're still waiting on signatures. Lots of paperwork and other conflicts coming through for these transitions for the different PCUs right now. But related to these, your relationship to the VCUs is going to be what your relationship is. But some advice would be that treat them as additional parts of the organization and don't see yourselves as their supervisors or parents. Because it's really easy to fall into that hole. While you do need to hold them accountable to legal code and make sure that those things are being abided by, that's kind of the extent of it. Really, how I viewed it, the relationship between the Senate and VCUs is also that, no offense to the Senate, but the VCUs are the positive kind of outlet that's out there that doesn't, people see it as not as dramatic, and they're doing the work out and about in the field. So take advantage of that. And also, this isn't anything related to the bill, but the less you have to do related to supervision or guaranteeing of the VCUs, the more time you have for other projects too, because even just reading the bills that are on your new business or old business is a lot of work. And how many people are doing that before you get to the seat, right? So time is of the essence. And so if you can, this is something I've learned through, leadership in the last 3 months, is that if you can do something to create more time for yourself, do it. As long as it's legal and ethical and makes sense, go for it. And also related to VCU relationships, another group might be coming to establish themselves as a VCU. So I would like this body to think about how that happens. And we've discussed it a little bit in the previous Senate. But the way it happens now is not optimal, because where's their budget coming from? Who is their advisor? How does it work? Do they have, is it more than just one person who's really energetic about it? Are they gonna have a board, for the first 2 quarters, right? So think about all those different things if someone comes to want to establish. The Flying A room, this space, work starts Friday. So we'll have an owl up here. We'll have a microphone array right above there, and we'll actually be able to stream properly and not have to bring a kit and do all that kind of stuff. So that'll be in place for next quarter. And related to space, the main office, the center office, other spaces within AS, we're looking at how we can best utilize them. We're talking with the new president about all of that as well. Oh, related to Maricela, her celebration, retirement celebration is next Wednesday at 6 at El Centro. If people can stop by. I heard people mentioning email accounts. All of you have center email accounts. If you have not received the login information for them yet, talk to Oscar. He was out sick yesterday, but you can find him on the tech help site too. So we can get everyone on the same thing. I highly recommend segmenting things so that you have all your AS stuff go to your AS account and everything else go to your Gmail and your at UCSB accounts. Separation is good for a variety of reasons, not least of which is if you ever get some kind of FOIA request, then it'll go to your AS account. You don't want to mix things. If things happen. So, and then the last thing is just some financial changes that we're going to put into place. This is more for the finance committee, but they're not meeting, so I have to talk to you instead. Is we're gonna have revised rules now about any request that generates inventory. So we don't need another shed. International travel is out.
Sorry.
All AS groups will have to use the travel portal that we have. Advisors will have to sign for travel related requisitions, and there might be additional things in place for purchases over a certain amount. So this is to ensure that we abide by UC policy, because a lot of things have come up the past 2 quarters, about 3 quarters. And we want to make sure that we're on the up and up. That's all I got.
Any questions? So Clara?
Thank you for coming here. Over the past few weeks, we've been hearing a few stuff from our current administration about like international students, especially from like Harvard students that were getting revoked. So I was just wondering, because they are our constituents to Senate, are there any updates when it comes to that and like protections for international or undocumented students with our current like administration? Like what's the UCs doing with that currently right now?
Good question. I'll follow up on. There has been a lot of chatter, obviously, through messages and stuff lately, but I'll let you answer.
Thank you.
Senator Hepburn.
Can you tell me more about international travel? Are you specifically targeting international, not just national? Like, what's all the details?
Specifically, it's that liability wise, finance committee never should have approved any international travel. And so this is me stepping in to say no going forward. Yeah, so that's the deal. Is that it should, finance committee, the ability to do that is at the vice chancellor level. And so it's super exception to be able to approve international travel for anyone, students, staff, faculty, whatever. So this is a policy we need to put into place to prevent it from happening, just because it's not explicitly written in financial policies and procedures necessarily. Maybe it is, not just that, but it's one of those things that needs to be.
Senator Hepburn.
Are you trying to kill international travel entirely, or what? Let's see.
We need clarification from the vice chancellor's office on what is allowable. Whatever it is, it's going to be extreme exceptions. It's what it's going to be, and it's not about. It's about liability. It's about insurance and things like that and why it is. So because we sent some students to Copenhagen, I think 10, 15 years ago, something like that, for a environmental conference. Who was chosen to go was a very complicated thing. And I think at the very end of it, we weren't even allowed to pay for the travel. We were allowed to pay for lodging. So it's just too much that went into it, and then we had to put it. That probably went to the chancellor for that one, honestly. It was a while ago, but I don't remember the details. So finance committee should not have been approving things like that, just sure, go for it. Because there's too much liability and too many of the risk when you do that, and you don't have the authority to travel.
We'll do two more max, Senator Moniz.
Some follow-up questions to that exact topic about international travel. Are you saying that finance committee cannot grant exceptions for international travel or?
That is what I'm saying.
Okay, and
They do
then
not, they do not at that level have it.
let's say you can push forward for like a plan that for any international travel, they have to put in like the approval, like administration or chancellor or something like that, and then they can receive like funding for their.
Right now, it's like basically it's a pause until we can figure out if we can go forward, and then if we can, what that looks like.
Because I know in my term of being on finance committee for a quarter, I think we funded over 3 international trips. One on the last meeting for Gotcha Rocket to Paris. One for a dance group to tour in Europe, multiple finances, and another RCO that does charity or some sort of like shadowing doctors in Latin America. So.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
Hi all, not to interrupt, Vincent has his hand raised. I just want to give him the floor if he has some information on this topic before we move on.
Hi, I guess this is the first time with the new senators. So hi, new senators. I'm Vincent Tan. I work in the I work on a contract basis for financial operations. But the point that the senator, I think, who was that? Nadine just raised. Yeah, moving forward, those approvals can't happen. So, even if it happened, I don't think it's something that the Senate should say, well, we did this in the past. It shouldn't have been done at all, which I think is to Sean's point. But that's not to say we're not looking at it for any future international travel. Sean, did I miss anything?
no, that's right, yeah, and like I said, it's a pause until we can figure out any like movement forward.
Last one, Senator John.
It's probably a little bit of a dumb question, but what happened to those we have already funded?
Well, people already went.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's one in the queue at the moment, which makes it a little more complicated.
But those which have been approved, but they have not left yet, have been approved.
Well, have been approved by an entity that didn't have the authority or to do so. So for that group that has not left, I am escalating that to the vice chancellor's office to figure out what we can do.
So theoretically, that group might have to foot the entire bill.
It's probably not gonna come to that, but I can't make any promises.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's move. 1 second, sorry. Let's move back into old business and try to get through these as much as possible with Senate Bill 43 out of the way. I think we just start from the top with a resolution reaffirming the Senate's commitment to the Michael Moss Service Technology Students Act. Senators Lucan and Hepburn is first and second. Please feel free to speak on it. You're first, Lucan.
This act was passed by Senators Lala and Iden in the past Senate. It's a project that's going to be longer term. All this does is direct Sean, interim director, or interim executive director, as well as Michael, who's the associate director of finance and budget, to look into this. And again, what that really means is just putting it on their radar and making sure that there's something official so that they are involved in the project. And to speak to the project itself, Senator Hepburn will have a lot more details to provide right now.
Yeah, so it's basically trying to get Bloomberg terminals for UCSB. That is a financial license. It's the top tier in the entire world of financial licenses. They're very expensive, but Bloomberg gives a university discount. So we can get 12 licenses for $70,000. sounds expensive, but this is the very, very best. That's at an extreme discount. And our goal is the fact that over 700 universities already have these as part of their programs. And that's back in 2015, the most recent number I got. I'm sure more have it now. It's a key part of financial education and really, really helps students wanting to go into finance or markets or any kind of that realm as a whole. It's a huge resume point and huge education point. And I think UCSB being even more up and coming, but already a pretty prestigious school, should go in this direction. We're slowly increasing our ability for finance through strategic investment program, Dean's Investment Group, and all these programs. And we want to collaborate on getting funding from different ones to get these Bloomberg terminals. Now, this resolution, as Noah was saying, is a little softer. It's not saying we're granting 70,000 right now. It's giving us the authority and putting it on radar so that we can talk to these groups and say, hey, there is Senate backing for this. And then Noah and I are going to work together on funding to try and get this funded from a variety of groups who would be interested in having these terminals.
Thank you both. This is a resolution that meant a lot to me as a senator when I first drafted it. So I'm really glad you put in the work to continue it and make sure it's brought to the Senate session this year. Okay, we're now in discussion.
Just for quick background, I was here for the meeting where this resolution was introduced. And if you have not heard the backstory as to why this legislation was introduced, I highly recommend that you either ask Henry or do your due diligence and read. But having no business major here at school, having a lack of economic professors as well, I think this is a really important piece of legislation that we should pass in the future. Thank you.
Sir John?
Just clarification question. Does that mean like we partially fund it and we fund with other sources you can find, or like we fund it? So like totally.
Luca.
Yeah, we're gonna look into this. The Senate itself and the association itself, our goal, and likely the project won't come through if we are funding a lot of it. So we don't have any details yet. We have a lot of work to do in reaching out, figuring out who would be interested in funding. But no, it is not going to be all of us funding it. Absolutely not.
I would be a little more careful about the wording, because I think the original resolution at least spoke about finding stakeholders at the university level, so the economics department is the most obvious one. But the association very likely Senate unallocated is gonna put a decent amount of this. I don't know whether it'll be the entirety, but yeah, the details remain unclear.
Which was the point of that sentence. Thank you.
Right, but I don't know, there's a 0% chance the Senate covers all of it. I think there's less possibility.
Point of order. And the chair participated in discussion.
No, it's a clarifying point, it's not debate. Okay, we're still in discussion. I welcome any motions to refer this to the relevant committee. Pardon? Lugan?
This is a resolution, so can't be wrote on it today.
Michelle?
Since resolution and also legislation, and our legislation must first be tabled through the most relevant committees, so you can, but you have to refer it to committee, motion to discharge it, and then vote on it. Yeah.
Shirley?
Motion to refer resolution affirming the Senate's commitment to the law service economics moves out to the Senate Ethics Committee.
There's been a resolution, there's been a motion referring a resolution reaffirming the Senate's commitments to the Michael Moss Service and Economic Students Act to the Advocacy Committee. So second, Senator Chaudhry.
Second.
Someone has that. Okay, we're now in discussion, Senator Clara.
Call question.
The question has been called to the on the question. Consent. Seeing none, motion passes, been referred. And it's up to you whether you want to discharge it now or add some further detail to it. To the offer. And I suppose advocacy. You could vote to discharge it from the committee now and vote on it now since it's a resolution. Or if there's any further changes you would want to make, you would keep it in advocacy and then bring it back and control.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. So advocacy committee does not have to meet and discuss it.
The options are, you discharge it now,
I see.
and you vote on it now, or you let it go to advocacy. Advocacy does meet and goes through it and makes its proposed changes if there are any, and then brings it back to the Senate. So those are the options on the floor, and any senator can make a motion on that. Senator Lupin,
Motion to discharge the resolution reaffirming the Senate's amendments to the Michael Moss Economic Student Act from the advocacy.
there's been a motion to discharge a resolution reaffirming the Senate's amendment to the Michael Moss Service Economic Students Act. Is there a second, Senator Chaudhary?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion. Senator Clara,
Call question.
question has been called, you object, call the question.
Consent.
You object, like consent, seeing none, motion passes. The resolution is back from Senate floor. And now, for example, you would have the freedom to vote on it. Senator Lugan,
Motion to vote on a resolution reaffirming the Senate's commitment to the Michael Moss Service Economic Student Act.
there's been a motion to vote on a resolution reaffirming the Senate's commitment to the Michael Service Economic Students Act. Is there a second, Senator Chaudhary?
Second.
Is there a second round of discussion? Senator Carter, question has been called, you object, call the question.
Consent.
Objection like consent. Seeing none. Motion passes. So we're going into a hand vote for this. So hands up for yes, please. Holly, anyone on Zoom?
No, it's just Vincent and I.
Okay, that's 20 yeses, hands down for no's. And abstentions. Okay, motion passed. Thank you, guys, 27. That's the questions. Okay. We're just moving down in old business, since we already dealt with policy 43. We now move down to a resolution. Oh, yeah, sorry, a resolution to establish, reestablish an ad hoc controls and compliance committee.
So I'll go, I'm first. I might be taking Senator Lucan's talking points. We wanna emphasize the fact that we are, accepting, or like, we would really appreciate a motion to table this, as we want to, amend it with further input. I also note, interim director's, advice that we probably shouldn't be adding more responsibilities on our shoulders, which he is absolutely right in. And we're also just in general interested in redrafting this. We're open to later outside of Senate discussion for time's sake about working on the legislation to make it more representative of what the student body and the associate students need.
Amazing. The second is Lucan, correct? Senator Lucan?
Yeah, we have more work to do on this. We would not like to vote on it today or anything like that. Like, we would like to table this indefinitely so that more work can be done, more discussions can be had.
Volunteer?
Senator Chair, table indefinitely, it's a very specific term in Robert's Rules of Order. It's basically, it basically means the same thing as carrying the bill. So I would advise not to yield table indefinitely, but rather just referring it to a committee. I yield.
Well, yeah, then we'd like to refer it to,
Oh, sorry, one at a time, please.
yeah, we'd like to refer it to likely outreach committee. And it can also pass through other committees after that. We're not opposed to that.
Okay. To be clear, that was not a motion, that was just the senator expressing an opinion. We're now in discussion, Senator Harder.
Point of information, I can motion. Okay, yes. I motion to table a resolution to reestablish.
Senator, would you like to maybe rescind that motion and make the language refer, since of the small difference that parliamentarian draw?
Yes, I'd like to rescind that motion.
Senator Harder?
Excuse me for the speaking.
Sure.
I motion to refer a resolution to reestablish an ad hoc controls and compliance committee to the outreach committee.
There's been a motion to refer a resolution to reestablish an ad hoc controls and compliance committee to the Senate Outreach Committee. Is there a second? Senator Fan?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion, Senator Clara.
Call question.
Question has been called, you object, call the question.
Consent.
You object, that consent. Seeing none, the motion passes, it's been referred. Thank you, guys. We move down to a resolution in support of the Forest Center's continued work.
Okay.
Yes, Senator Jones as the first.
Yes, so,
This resolution expresses AS's strong support for the Faro Center, a public-private partnership that has provided essential services to those experiencing homelessness in Santa Barbara, including mental health support, job training, and document readiness, and more. Despite its positive impact, the Faro Center now faces threats to its operation due to neighborhood complaints and recent city directives. So this resolution urges city stakeholders to find a solution that allows the Faro Center to continue its vital work while balancing community concerns. And this resolution just reaffirms AS's commitment to housing justice and the role that UCSB students can play in regional efforts to address homelessness. So I hope you guys will join in supporting it.
Second, Senator Shurkin.
Yeah, so this act, it's a way that we can holistically support other means of housing for students. One might suggest that this is a bit of an indirect way to support students facing housing insecurity. However, 8% of students are facing housing insecurity, which is roughly about 22,800 students across the state. By supporting this act, we can add an additional force that supports the creation of housing security for the center or moving to another center altogether. So it's just another way we can support students who are facing housing insecurity, even if they aren't directly in the Isla Vista or Goleta area, because we do have constituents that are in Santa Barbara as well.
Absolutely. I'm gonna yield chairship to First Pro Tem Sussman so I could speak on this as a student sponsor. Chair, you have the right item.
That's
Okay, thank you. So just to give a little bit more background, the Faro Center, as the first and second eloquently provided, offer extremely crucial services to those facing homelessness in Santa Barbara. So it's what's called the wraparound services, that you go into one area and you get all of your needs dealt with. And it's something that didn't quite exist before it came into fruition. And now it faces shutdown essentially of a really crucial service. And I think we can all understand the importance of that, but I'd like to deal with the maybe more philosophical question of what kinds of issues we should be involved in, because there's long been an argument that many find convincing that we should clean up our house first and deal with internal issues and those on campus before we get involved in other things. But I'd just like to make the case that this is exactly the kind of thing that the association and that we as students and student leaders should be involved in. So the more we're involved with local stakeholders, like the mayor and nonprofits in Santa Barbara, the better our own work can be and the more fulfilled we can be out of our 4 years at this university. So this would allow us to be in close communication with mayor's office, with City Hall, with SBAC, which is one of the most important nonprofits in the area. And I think it's a step in the right direction for the association to establish itself as a respected contributor to local life. Thank you. We're now in discussion. I don't think any other student sponsors are present, so we're now in discussion on this resolution.
For clarification?
Yeah.
Do we have to, for all like resolutions, is it always like if we wanted to vote on it that day, would it always have to be referred, discharged, and then vote, or what?
So I'd welcome any discussion or any motions. That's what I want to say. Someone he's
Confused. How come we haven't supported them in the future? Like, why were we opposed to them?
in the past meeting.
No, like, why are we opposed in the, like, since this is a resolution in support of Faro Center's continued work, that means were we not in support of Faro Center's continued work in the past, essentially? Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
if I say, I don't know. If I say that you're a good writer today, it doesn't mean that you were never a good writer in the present. It just means that I recognized it today. So I guess it's up to the Senate to decide how relevant that is in considering it. Senator Harder?
Yeah, just to speak on the issue at hand, the Faro Center had never in the past experienced the situation like being potentially shut down, right? And so it was implicit in its actions being unbothered in the past that it was doing a good job, and it is continuing to do a good job. But now that that good job has been questioned, what the previous speakers and I, or everyone is just reaffirming is that it's being questioned, therefore we have the responsibility to support them. That's the only thing, is it's just now there is something going on that wasn't in the past, therefore our, you know, our place is big then.
Senator Jones?
And to add on to that, it's only been open for about a year, so, you know, in the year that it's been open, it's helped about 961 individuals. In total, 53 having access interim housing and 12 having secured permanent housing. And so, you know, adding on to that, like, it hasn't been around that long, but now that they are up and running and facing closure, that is why we are now in support of them and recognizing them now.
And this just came to me as a slight point of clarification. There is precedent in the last year's Senate of, I think there was a resolution in support of AS executives push to renegotiate with dining hall, something about, I think, conditions, labor conditions and students' ability to have rollover. So I think the continued work that the person second brought, that choice of wording means for it to be able to continue its work. Ceremonies?
So are you planning on like having a project where you're gonna like work alongside Faro or so like specifically support them somehow through certain means? Or are you just saying that this?
Senator Jones?
Well, this is to express, first of all, like support and maybe open the door so that we can work with them in the future, especially for students that are just facing housing insecurity in general. But we're also urging the city of Santa Barbara and SB Act and all relevant stakeholders to actually come to a prompt legal arrangement, either like enforcing heightened security at the present location or securing a move to a better suited area of the city, which ensures their continued work.
Senator Harder, preferably this might be the last one, and then we can vote on this.
Right, just for purposes of clarity, and then also because I do imagine that our support may be potentially publicized to a broader audience outside of just the UCSB direct audience. We do recognize that some of the issues that have been raised are valid. There have been some legitimate issues with the Faro Center that have been raised and have led to the questioning of their continued operations. However, the resolution is very clear that we support their continued operations and we support their ability to resolve these issues. It's not just that we don't validate these issues. We do think the issues are legitimate, and the Faro Center is making an attempt to resolve them very legitimately and then continue its work. So that should be put on the record, as it is here, but reaffirmed once again verbally.
Wait, two more and then we're gonna be done. So Senator Luca, I think your hand was up first.
Motion to refer a resolution in support of the Faro Center's continued work to Senate Outreach Committee.
There's a motion to table. Pardon, refer resolution in support of the Faro Center's continued work. Is there a second, Senator Chaudhry?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Senator Harder.
Call to question.
Question has been called as the objection called the question.
Then.
Objection on consent. Seeing none, motion passes. So Lubin.
Motion to refer, sorry, you know what this in the motion? Motion to discharge a resolution in support of the Faro Center's continued work from Senate Outreach Committee.
There's been a motion to discharge a resolution in support of Faro Center's continued work from the Outreach Committees. Or a second, Senator Farrell.
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Senator Dan.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Object called the question.
Then.
Object on consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Lupin.
Motion to vote on a resolution to support the Faro Center's continued work.
There's been a motion to vote on the resolution in support of the Faro Center's continued work. Is there a second, Senator Chaudhry?
Second.
There's been a second one now in discussion. Senator Lee.
One question.
Question has been called. Is there objection? Is there any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Any objections on consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We'll move into a hand votes. Okay, so now we're going into a hand vote. Hands up for yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
20. No's. And abstentions. Okay, motion passes. One thing to keep in mind that you'll see in standing rules is that positional resolutions have to enjoy unanimous consent for them to pass in the meeting where they were introduced. Technically, this wasn't introduced here, but that's something to keep in mind. That you could bring it up to, but you could discard it, bring it back, and if there's, I think abstention is also telling, if there's one abstention, it doesn't pass. You gotta I think the proper term is the table into the next meeting, right, if there isn't unanimous consent. But this doesn't have to worry about that. Okay, motion passes. I have been advised from staff to briefly move into action items as we require Vincent's help on one of the many action items we have to deal with that concern the association's financial upkeeping. So, okay, moving into action items. Vincent, if you would like to speak, feel free.
Yeah, Henry, do you want to lead the discussion or precede the discussion with what you and the honoraria committee did? And maybe for the new senators, start off by talking about what the honoraria committee is. And then I can jump in after.
Probably turn it off.
It's the chair accept a report from honoraria committee at time.
Gladly.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just stay here for the sake of time. So, good evening, since I speak to you as large member to the honoraria committee. So, over the last 2 weeks, we have been hosting, I believe, around 70 hours of meeting to discuss and give out our recommendations, both the spring and winter quarter honoraria. In short, in both of those honoraria cycles, we applied certain metrics for giving out our honoraria. If I go into that, some context about the official honoraria guideline. So in the official honoraria guideline, a BCO officer's honoraria is 60% for attending to the legal code duties, 20% for meeting with people when requested, and 20% for attending meetings. We have been very understanding given our situation involving honoraria. So everyone gets more compared to what the honoraria guideline requires of. So if you can, let's say, open the winter honoraria public release, you'll see that for BCO officers, we adopted a 2-tier system for meeting attendance and not filling out honoraria application completely. What that means is that if someone meets a meeting, they will face a 1.2% reduction in honoraria. If they miss 3 or 4 meetings, they will also face a 1.2% reduction in honoraria. That's about, I believe, $4 also. So essentially, everyone gets nearly full honoraria. For chair, the situation is slightly different. Because chair are, according to the legal codes, have a responsibility to submit chair's evaluation to the honoraria committee. Essentially a form telling us how much honoraria they wish their board member to receive. And without it, it's really hard for us to do our job. So for all the chairs in the winter quarter who do not submit their chair's evaluation form, there's a $20 flat reduction to their honoraria. For our senators, we applied a more strict standard since we are the Senate and we should hold ourselves to the highest possible standard. There are also retroactive honoraria, which are people for whatever reason have not felt a doubt their honoraria, and so we try to help them out. And there are also manual entries in more extreme circumstances that we can help them out. One thing to be noted, though, that during the spring quarter honoraria cycle, the chair of the Senate and the president have made repeatedly reminder of submitting chair's evaluation form, but still there are multiple chairs who did not submit. So for the spring quarter, a lack of chair's evaluation form will mean a flat $50 reduction in honoraria. Other than that, there are also outstanding BCO awards that will be reflected there. I think there is actually outstanding awards spring quarter report on the agenda, and the program clothing will, I'm sure, I'll give you a full description of that. I welcome any questions on the rule.
Okay, Vincent, do you think that's sufficient?
Yeah, I think that was, I think that covered most of it. So what I ask of the Senate is, you know, you may have gone into this, especially Henry, thinking that you're going to approve a set number. And so what I can provide to you, I've been working on cleaning up the data. You know, one of the things that Henry and I talked about is there is the form that students submit, but the way in which the data gets spit out, actually slows down the process for financial operations. The department in AS, which steps in after the committee that Minjin just talked about, finishes their review. So our role in it, in FinOps, is not review, it's not the collection of data, it's the cleanup of the data once it's reviewed, and then processing of the journal. This is how funds move around the university. And once a journal is completed, checks get cut. Okay, now put an asterisk there because I think it's still a TBD on whether or not we're doing checks or bark deposits, but you know, we issue payment. Right now, I'm cleaning up, I'm nearing the cleanup of the spring 25 data. So for the new senators and really for the old senators here, this fiscal year that I'm talking about is fiscal year 25, okay? Fiscal year 2026 begins on July 1st, 2025. So the fiscal year will end in approximately 26 days. Within fiscal year 25, only 2 quarters of honoraria have really been approved and paid out, summer and fall. So right now I'm working on spring. What I ask of the senators is to give, Henry, Holly, I don't know if this is doable, but it would make our lives much easier to process and effectively clean things through, is a blanket statement or, I don't know, resolution giving financial operations the well wishes to just go through things, validate things correctly, and issue payment where we see it follows with the legal code. Does that make sense to everybody? If you want specific numbers on where we're at right now, I can provide them. Right now for retroactive, and this is just based on the numbers that have been provided to us, retroactive honoraria for spring 25, so that means anything submitted by BCU members because they missed submitting their honoraria in a past quarter, we're at $41,206.40. The Senate in the spring comes out to around 8,500, and BCU officers are clocking in a little over 86,160. Okay, so that's payroll essentially for everybody. Now we still need to do another validation step. So my point with this is that those are where the numbers are at now. We imagine that they'll go down slightly once we start cleaning some more stuff up. The one category that I missed was the chairs. The chairs include the chairs of the BCUs and the vice chairs and the chiefs of staff. That comes out right now to around 29,150. Any questions on the amounts? Great. Any question on what I've asked of the Senate?
So, Vincent, essentially what you would benefit most from is a motion, I mean, for time's sake, probably a motion granting the financial operations team the ability to check the winter and spring honoraria and to clean up that data, to check for any duplicates, and to make sure that all corresponds with legal code. Is that about right?
Correct, and that whatever amount we come up with at the end, you know, we'll run it by Henry and I think the honoraria committee again, just to validate that whatever amount we come up with in the end is fine by you all. But right now, let me get my trusty calculator out. Right now, I don't think it would exceed. You know, it's somewhere in the ballpark of 127. Well, no, yeah, it's, you know, it's a lot of money, but we're just running the payroll validation part of it. And this is just for spring right now. I'm actually going to ask the same thing for winter too. The other thing, well, let's get through with that if there's discussion on it.
Just for clarification. Sorry, just for clarification, you just said that we're talking about spring, but I'm we're talking about the spring honoraria right now?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is not in related, sorry, motion back and forth allowed?
Yes.
And the winter public release, we haven't gotten to that yet. We'll do that next.
Right, we'll touch on that in a bit.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So we're good.
Motion to excuse proxy in Inciarte at 8 o'clock.
There's been a motion to excuse proxies in CRT at 8 o'clock. Is there a second, Senator Chaudhry?
Second.
Is there a second round of discussion? Legal. There's a question on the call, objection, call question?
Consent.
The objection, I consent. Seeing none, motion passes. You're excusing 3 minutes, I guess. Okay, we're still in action items, so if anybody would like to reflect what Vincent told us back upon their assessment.
I'd like to make a motion to grant the financial operations team the ability to check and revise the winter and spring honoraria for the 2025 fiscal year. Check for duplications, all other issues, and ensure correspondence with legal code.
There's been a motion to grant the financial operations team the ability to provide the winter and spring honoraria for 2025 fiscal year check for duplications, all other issues, and ensure all corresponds with legal code. Is there a second, Senator Lukin?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion. Senator Chaudhry,
Pause the questions.
question has been called. Any objection, I call the question.
Consent.
Any objection, I consent.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, everybody. Same thing with winter.
And that much family, I suppose. Vincent, we put winter and spring in the same thing. Is that problematic?
Oh, no, then that's fine. I mean, I defer to you all. What might happen, you know, I don't know if there's any other motions that are needed once we come up with a final amount per quarter. Henry, what's your take on that? Are you going to do an email vote, or is the Senate called to recess after this meeting to where you can't do an email vote? Or is an email vote even needed? You know, this motion here kind of grants us just the confidence to move forward with a journal entry.
Vincent, what's your timeline on this?
Well, I'd like to, probably gonna go home after this and then work on it again tomorrow and ideally get this done by Saturday.
Oh, so it's like in the immediate term. Okay, we can do an email vote. Pretty soon. Sean, there's no ban unless you get an approval for a week 10 meeting. Doesn't apply to email votes as well, does it?
Here or another or not, and probably fine, but as Vincent was also saying, like, do you need a vote to just approve the number?
There.
I would recommend the Senate to, within the motion to approve the spring and winter honoraria, explicitly authorize the honoraria committee and the internal vice president to approve the final amount. Yeah.
Let me make, I'm sorry, are we in the middle of a motion or can I make a quick note?
Go ahead. We are not in a motion.
My other recommendation that I have here is that I recommend the senators get their honoraria paid out from undesignated as opposed to unallocated. There won't be enough money in unallocated to pay for every senator's honoraria.
And those are for Senate honoraria only?
To my understanding, yes. My other question, once you figure that out, relates to the outstanding BCUs.
Sorry?
So are you ready for the question on the outstanding BCUs?
What was the question?
Are you ready for it?
Oh, no, I think we should deal with the granting the authority to the inter vice president and the honorary committee to approve final amounts. It doesn't have to go through Senate. Sure. And doing Senate honoraria through undesignated, you said, as opposed to unallocated, or vice versa?
Let me double check on that real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, undesignated, please. Undesignated for Senate.
Okay, just 1 second to come up with them. Okay. Where exactly, sorry? Where? Senator Jones?
Motion to approve 2025 spring honoraria public release outstanding VCU awards considered in full.
There.
We have to do the outstanding BC award before we can approve the spring honoraria.
Okay, so I think you completely misunderstood what I was, do you understand your motion, Senator Jones? This was about the two items that Vincent was talking about, so the authority to approve final amounts. And then, yeah, we can fold this, I think. Oh, okay, so you wanted to put all that into one motion. Okay, then you want to go into outstanding VCUs first, and then cover this all in one motion?
I would recommend that.
Okay. Okay, welcome any motion down the. Email from the same. Senator Jones?
Motion to vote on 2025 spring honoraria public release outstanding VCU award considered.
Parliamentarian.
I would recommend the Senate to first have the report on the outstanding BC award, we then approve it, and then take a look at the honoraria. At the honoraria linked in the agenda, it's reflective of the outstanding BC award.
I'm a little confused on what we're voting for here.
We're all over these.
Because
Thank
it
you,
sounds like
Senator
three
Jones.
different, I mean, are we ready to talk about the outstanding BCU thing? Because I have a question on where that's even coming from account wise.
Okay, okay, so it seems, so we're going, wait, can we please have one conversation in the Senate, please? Let's cover the outstanding BCU award first, and then we need that to be approved before we can approve the final amount. Sorry, Vincent, please proceed. I should just listen to you to begin with.
Oh, that's okay. So my question with outstanding BCU is, even though it's a initiative, to my understanding, from the president, it's being paid out of Senate unallocated?
Parliamentarian.
Yes, so in the legislation authorizing the outstanding BC award, it says all the cost of additional honoraria will be paid by Senate by unallocated account. So as you can see, there are a few proposed motion on the agenda to follow those budget transfer.
Okay, so Henry, I know we had a separate email thread about this regarding CFF. So in the agenda right now, the language is, how it's written is to cover a deficit. So let me give you the example with CFF. CFF, the Community Financial Fund, won the outstanding BCU awards, or one of them. For payroll to run with that award included, CFF is awarded then from Senate unallocated $3,600. But the amount here, I think, is $3,150. So, Minjun, did you write these motions? Or who wrote these motions?
I propose those motions. I'll double check the legal code for the right amount.
Okay. Because I would always advise that you go for the higher amount. And I would also advise that, there be some kind of guidance on taking the monies out of Senate undesignated, because you might run a deficit in Senate unallocated.
Point of order, the motion is incorrect. That's not what the report motions to approve for the marginalized community subcategory.
Right.
May I continue?
Yeah.
It is the Isla Vista Tenants Union who's supposed to be gathering the fund for the marginalized community subcategory, not the Community Financial Fund. I don't even know what that is, and I wrote the report.
I thought we were talking about outstanding BCUs.
Yes,
Gotcha.
yes, in terms of because the motion within for the outstanding BCU report is to approve these three BCUs
Right.
for their award. I'm the one who actually wrote the report, but the person who won, the BCU that won the marginalized community subcategory is not the community financial fund. It is
Gotcha. Gotcha. I was using the Community Financial Fund, which is a BCU, as an example, because I think it pops up in the agenda later, correct?
Oh, yes, that's what I'm saying, that it's on the agenda as to be approved for the outstanding BCU award, but that's not correct. That's why I brought it up for the Senate. You're right. It's just that it's wrong on the agenda.
Gotcha.
He's referring to the one right below the one you're looking at. I think you're right that the marginalized community one should be the Isla Vista Tenants Union, you said? But I think he's referring to the one right below. By 31.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
So, make sure if I'm not mistaken, these are proposed motions, right?
Yeah.
These have not been made.
No.
These are like templates for us to follow to make into official motions to be on the agenda. So we can make them correctly. But still, we have to go through the outstanding BCU award report first, Vincent, is that correct?
Whether you do that now or later, not any of my business. My question is still, where does the money come out of? So it sounds like it's coming out of Senate something. You say Senate unallocated, but I'm recommending Senate undesignated.
Maybe the original legislation language said Senate unallocated?
No, it said Senate.
It said Senate.
Yes.
Okay, then we should just. The
So I
motion
think there
language
should be a
is-
motion to move it to Senate undesignated. Or to take the money out of Senate.
Out of Senate, yeah, I think that's all that the motion language is to refer. Okay, so how about we approve the BCU award report first and then move into each of these individually?
Sure.
Okay. Like, who would be giving the outstanding BCU award report?
You are trying. Yes, sir.
Yay. If she would happen to be present, would you want to give it?
I am present, yeah. If everyone could pull it up if they want, so there were, just for a quick summary, you can look through it, I read it. There are 7 applicants, which is a growth from the 5 from the beginning. You can look at why the people won, and if you have any, if we could discuss it later, but you can go ahead and read the report. I just wanted to focus on areas of improvement because noticeably only 7 people approved and there are 40 BCUs, and I would really urge the Senate to be able to market this award so that appropriate BCUs who do a lot of good work and do a lot of hard work, and also establish a good relationship with the BCU. This would definitely be an avenue for us just to first steps in seeking support from AS staff advisors, better promotional strategy, and expanding the award team. Because as of right now, I think there's 2 people in the award team. One is including me, which I have to step back as my role as a senator doesn't allow me to legally be in it. So that's all. That's my report. The previous president nominated UCIV to the student well-being subcategory, for the professional academic development subcategory, the investment advisory committee, and for the representation to marginalized communities subcategory, the Isla Vista Tenants Union. And if you want the opinion, it is in the report. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Senator. Justin?
Motion to approve outstanding BCU award report for 2025.
I would recommend make the motion highlighted.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Do we not have to approve the BCUs for it before we can approve the reports?
Pardon?
We have to approve the BCUs for having won the outstanding award before we can approve the report that nominates them.
Or those not one of the same parliamentarian?
I would recommend the highlighted motion in the agenda, which is in approving the BCUs.
We're still in motion. Motion. Sally?
Motion to approve UCIV for student well-being subcategory, investment advisory committee for professional development subcategory of Iowa Pacific Union for marginalized communities subcategory for 2025 Grant Quarter Outstanding BC Award.
There's been a motion to approve BCIB pursuing the well-being category, investment advisory committee, professional development subcategory, and Isla Vista Tennis Unit for marginalized community subcategory, and 2025 spring quarter outstanding BCU award. Is there a second? So there's been a second. We're now in discussion. So Luca,
Call question.
question has been called. There's an objection. I call the question.
Consent.
None. Cool. Should we just go on with no meeting? Is there anything wrong? Voluntary.
I would recommend with first do a motion to transfer funds from undesignated account to unallocated account.
Wait, Vincent, you didn't give us a specific amount of funds to allocate there, right? You just told us to take it from undesignated.
Correct.
So what we gonna do?
So it's kind of like if unallocated were a credit card and undesignated were a credit card. If you charge everything to unallocated, you're going to go into a deficit. So charge it to the undesignated one. You don't even, I think, in my opinion, I don't even think you have to transfer from undesignated to unallocated.
Okay.
Motion to transfer $3,300 from Senate undesignated account. Account number 100, category 7910 to Ivy, Isla Vista Tennis Union honorary account. Account number 423, category 7,100 for the additional cost of honorary.
There's been a motion to transfer 3,300 parliamentarian to
That it's now the correct account number. Let me fix that really quick.
Okay, wait. You should really quickly, sorry, Attorney General, just 1 second, please. Would this not be much simpler and would the ground needing to be covered not be covered if we simply said Senate honoraria and additional honoraria costs because of outstanding BCU awards be covered by Senate undesignated? And then the details get carried out by financial operations.
Let me clarify something real quick. The only thing right now that's being paid out of Senate, in my ideal world, the only thing being paid out of Senate undesignated is Senate honoraria and the monies that are extra because the BCU won the outstanding BCU award. Everything else would come out of the individual BCU's honoraria accounts.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Right. Okay. Good.
So who made the last motion? Would you want to? So would you like to maybe propose a motion to the Senate was just, Sir Lugan?
Yes, motion to transfer $3,300 from Senate undesignated account to Isla Vista Tenant Union honorary account. Number 349, category 7,100 for the additional cost of honorary.
So you don't want to do it all in one fell swoop, you want to go? Wait.
That was my motion.
Indeed you can, yeah. You're saying that? Are we on the same page now? Does somebody else want to make that motion? Essentially, it would, Senator designated would cover the cost for Senator honoraria and only the additional costs that come from the outstanding BCU award, please, right? Senator Lucan?
Alexa Butler as proxy for Senator Natalia Pasher for the duration of the.
It's what about that?
There's so much tension in this motion.
I'm sure the Senate and myself welcome Senator Butler to be the proxy, but can we do it after we deal with honoraria, please?
That's up to the discretion of the chair if he wants to overrule my motion.
There's been a motion to approve Alexa Butler.
What about it? We are on the discussion of the agenda item outstanding BCU awards. Executive proxy would not be out at this time.
I'd like to rescind my motion.
Thank you. Can anyone make the motion that I've been, will be made for 5 minutes, please, someone he's.
Motion to temporarily move into the acceptance of proxies.
What are we voting on?
Rule that's out of order. We're under discussion. The item at hand, please, let's just get this over with. Yes. It's our substitute.
One, information,
Yes.
I would like to confirm that the parliamentarian is allowed to make points of order, because I don't believe they are allowed to.
Attorney General?
I'm a member of the deliberative body.
But he can bring things to the chair's attention, so you're right, they're not points of order in the traditional.
Point of information.
Yes.
Can you clarify the process by which parliamentarian is allowed to make recommendations to the chair?
We can cover that under future, Robert's Rule of Order training for police victims funding services.
I'd like to make a motion to cover Senator honoraria and additional honorary costs brought by the outstanding BCU award for spring twenty
Point of
twenty-five.
order, the last senator didn't rescind her motion.
Yeah.
You overruled that.
Yeah, overruled.
I'm so sorry. Are you?
Senator Sussman.
Motion to cover Senator honoraria and additional honorary costs. I'd like to rescind my first motion. Motion to cover Senator honoraria and additional honorary costs brought by the outstanding BCU award for spring twenty twenty-five from the Senate's undesignated funds.
So a motion to cover Senator honorary and additional honorary costs brought by the outstanding BCU award for spring 2025 from the Senate and designated fund. Is there a second, Senator Lee? There's been a second now in discussion, Senator Jones.
Oh, the question.
Question has been called. Any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes.
Thanks, everybody.
Pleasure.
I think that's it. I'll see you next year. Anything on your end, Henry, with honoraria?
Nothing I can think of.
So just to briefly walk the senators through what happens next, we validate the journal, we do additional data cleanup on the data set that we've been given. We have to run through and make sure that people who are asking for retroactive didn't get it before. We converse internally to see the thoughts of certain people getting zeros or whatnot. But we appreciate your confidence in us to get it done, and hopefully we can get it done soon. Okay.
We appreciate it. Should we vote on the outstanding BCU award before moving on to the other items? Sorry, that's my last one.
Is that a question for me, Henry?
Yes, if you would have the answer.
So the question is, should we vote on the outstanding BCU? What are we talking about?
To approve that first before moving on to other honorary related items.
Yeah, go ahead.
First Sussman.
Motion to approve outstanding BCU award report for 2025 spring.
There's been a motion to approve the outstanding BCU award report 2025 spring. Someone clear up.
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Senator Whitela. The question has been called. There's any objections? They call the question. Any objections? I consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Lovely. Thank you. Attorney General Iden.
I just wanted to point this out to you guys now, just so we get it early on. If you go to page, I believe it's 35 of legal code, there's what's called the internal funding framework. I'm sure you remember this, and we had issues with funding requests earlier on the board. Funding requests require 3/4 vote of FMD and Senate, just so you're all aware as a bylaw. We circumvented that by voting on behalf of that. So procedurally, I appreciate this.
You would appreciate what, sorry?
If you voted on behalf of FMD, because to move funds between accounts, you need 3/4 vote of FMD and of the Senate.
So we want us to go through each of the last several
No,
motions.
just to move the funding, you just have to make the same motion and say on behalf of finance.
Point of information, I don't believe we're moving the funding. I just we're just pulling the funding from Senate undesignated.
This is, that's actually really good, Cash, because we're not moving anything. There, it wasn't. earmarked to come out of a specific fund that we're now choosing undesignated in lieu of is we're, you know, pointing out now that it's gonna come from undesignated. So we're good? Okay, so I think we just move on with, I would welcome any motions on the 2025 spring honorary public release. You know, the rest of them. Senator Jones,
Motion to vote 2025 spring honorary of public release outstanding PCU award considered in full and direct the finance operation team to change the source of all Senate honoraria from Senate unallocated to Senate undesignated and give IVP. Okay. IVP the discretion of approving final honoraria amounts.
the first half of this motion would be duplicated because we just covered that. I think only the latter half would be relevant, so we wanna.
Yeah.
Any rescind motion? Senator Lucan,
Motion to vote 2025 spring honorary public release outstanding BC award considered in full.
Point of information to the chair.
Point of order, you cannot point of information in the middle when I have the floor.
No, you can.
You have point of information, you have to wait until the end. Point of order, you can make in the middle.
let's relax, please. Can I, as my parliamentary, can I hear? what
Yes, I will,
please?
you will floor back.
Point of information, when did we approve the first half of that motion that we rescinded?
It is in. It's in motion to cover center honorary and additional honorary costs brought by the outstanding BC award for that. Senator Lucan, the floor is yours. Okay, the floor still wants to be orange. Can anybody please motion to vote on this thing, please? That you are in the middle of this one.
I rescind my motion.
Senator Lucan.
Motion to vote on 2025 spring honorary public release outstanding BC award considered. And direct the finance operations team to change the source of all senator honoraria from Senate unallocated to Senate undesignated.
That would also be duplicative. The only aspect that is relevant now is, did we do the part about them having the cleanup authority? Did we pass that one? We did. Cleanup authority? We did, we did that too. The only one that is applicable now is to give the IEP the discretion to approve final amounts, so we don't have to go through the Senate again. So would you like to, your motion, Senator Lucan?
So I would just motion to give discretion of approving final honorary amounts. That's it.
To yours truly, yes.
Motion to give honorary committee the discretion of approving final honorary.
There's been a motion approving, giving the honorary committee the discretion of approving final honorary amounts. Is there a second, Senator Claro?
Second.
Just been a second, we're down discussion. Cindy,
Are we getting the honorary committee? The chair getting the IVP?
the motion was honorary committee.
Oh,
Question of the call.
Consent.
This is separate. This is not a part of the motion. Or was it a part of all? Lucan, could you remind me the original motion language? It was motion to vote on
Yeah, the original motion.
this thing.
The original motion was motion to grant the honorary committee the discretion of approving final honorary.
So it was just that motion, didn't talk about the 2025 spring honorary public release thing. Correct, okay, then we're fine, thank you. Now we're on to the next one, the 2025 spring honorary public one, which no one, yeah, okay. I would welcome motions on Senator Sussman.
Motion to vote, 2025 spring honoraria public, release for outstanding VCU award considered. And I lost my place. Sorry.
There's been a motion to vote on the 2025 Spring Honorary Public Release Outstanding VCU Award. Is there a second, Senator Jones?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion, so Barrel.
Call question.
Question has been called, any objection on the question?
Is there-
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Actually, it's motion to vote on, so let's just do a hand vote, please. Hands up for yes. Twenty, right?
19.
It's 19.
Yeah, someone's coming.
Hands down, please. Thanks. Hands down, no. Are you a no? It happens,
Okay.
hands down, abstentions. So I think it's 19-0. Motion passes. Okay. Now we're making progress. I would welcome any motions on the move board.
Chair, can we please briefly go into that roll call or acceptance of proxies so that we can invite a proxy as well?
I welcome that. We move into acceptance of process. I asked for, you're right, I asked for unanimous consent to move into acceptance of proxy. Any objection to that consent? Seeing none, motion passes, not passes, you know, Senator Law. There's been a motion to accept Senator Alexa Butler as proxy for Senator Natalia Posher for the duration of the meeting. Is there a second for Monty's? There's been a second, we're now in discussion, Senator Lubin. Question has been called, any objection, call the question? Any objection, like consent? Seeing no, motion passes, Senator Butler. Welcome back. Barty?
No need for an applause.
Very much needed. Okay, unanimous consent. Do you have any proxy still, or? Do you want to do proxy stuff?
He's already excused. Oh, just was.
Oh.
Because we said until 8, right?
Yeah, until 8:30.
Oh, you're showing, right?
Sure.
Volunteer?
I would recommend to remove each unit's report.
Senator Hubbard.
Motion to excuse myself from the remainder of the meeting, because I have final tomorrow.
Point of
There-
order. A senator cannot make a motion in regards of someone.
I got it. We got it. Thank you. Parliamentarian can technically make points of order. You are excused because it's week 10, all absences are excused, so you can depart. Best of luck on your final. Do I have unanimous consent to move into user reports? Any objections to that consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, so the first one is CAB Spring 25 quarter report. They never talked to me but from what I understood, it would be it is just a written report. Is there any representatives of CAB here? Okay. Seeing none, is there any other representative of units who would want to give a report? Attorney General, members of the council. Attorney General. Pardon? That's what I just said, yeah.
Alright, hello, everyone.
On the agenda, your reports speaking time not to exceed 10 minutes. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Appreciate it. Proceed.
All right, thank you guys. I have a couple things to address, one of which is Winter Corner or area, which I think was already discussed. But let's get right into it. So good evening, everyone. Thank you all for having me. I'd like to begin by introducing myself once more. My name is Taylor Iden. I was recently appointed by President Metzger to the position of Attorney General and then confirmed by you all last week. I thank Metzger and everyone here for having me in this position, and I'm looking forward to our time together. So just a little bit about myself. I'm a fourth-year economics major who miscalculated his units. So unfortunately, for the time being, you are all stuck with me. I appreciate you guys being patient with me as I adjust this new role. As only recently, I was sitting in the same seats as you all are now, and I understand the anxiety around it. So don't be afraid to ask questions and make mistakes.
So just as for my role as the Attorney General, I'm charged with investigating and prosecuting legal code violations, as well as giving advice on legal code upon request. I'd like to extend myself as a resource to all, and I recommend anyone reach out to me if you have any questions regarding legal code, my experience as a senator, or the broader association. At a later date, I'm going to speak with you all regarding the goals I have for my office, but at this time, I just have some matters I need to discuss with you all. So hopefully this doesn't turn like a weird, long-winded speech, so I appreciate if everyone gives me their full attention. I'll be discussing winter quarter honoraria, conflict of interest, the recent JC verdict, and then some matters concerning the Senate meeting last Wednesday. So to begin with honoraria, the previous honoraria committee from the 75th Senate made what appears to be some administrative errors that have led to a kind of unique situation with you guys handling it with respect to this winter quarter itself. After discussions with the IVP and some professional staff, we agreed that there needed to be a thorough review of honoraria again that was passed for winter quarter. And so for those of you who are here that don't know, typically honorary committee is tasked with conducting a detailed review of each individual's request for honoraria. And this essentially includes evaluating submitted reports, attendance record for minutes, and the quality of work performed during the quarter. And so based on these factors, the committee might approve, adjust, or deny any amount of honoraria for each position. And then these recommendations are then forwarded to the Senate for final approval, and if passed, the honoraria is processed and then dispersed by AS staff. And so this process is in place to ensure accountability that student funds are distributed equitably and also in accordance with the legal obligations of each role. So from what I've seen from the May 20th honoraria committee meeting minutes and the following package that my Senate passed 2 weeks ago, the committee appears to have potentially mass approved all honorary requests without any documentation of review, deliberation, or adjustments based on attendance, engagements, or performance. All requests from what I've seen simply appear to have just been accepted in full or adjusted to the role, with potentially some other minor adjustments. So rubber stamping honoraria without any adjustments for attendance or work quality, it indicates some administrative negligence and a breach of the committee's fiduciary and procedural duties. Honoraria is paid from student fees, and an improper distribution raises a few concerns. Primarily, there's equity issues in which some might receive honoraria they did not earn, while others have performed at or above the legal obligations of their roles and are going to receive no additional compensation. And along with this, just citing the Constitution, the Student Bill of Rights, it states all students shall have the right to responsible allocation of student fees by associated students. So by potentially going to conduct an actual review, they may have violated this article, obligating my office to recommend another review, which I believe has already been completed and is still going under further review, which is great. So for that, I think the honorary committee for their hard work. They put in a lot of long hours these past couple weeks. I don't think anyone really wanted to do it, so like you guys are championing it. But I really just can't stress the importance of doing proper review enough, like this quarter and every quarter. It's important to note that while the 75th Senate might have passed this honoraria, it's unclear. I can say as a former senator, I don't think everyone was really fully aware of what happened with the previous honorary committee and the potential procedural failings. But I just want to outline all this to you to ensure that the process is given the attention it deserves for every future quarter. And if there's any questions on this matter, please don't be afraid to ask. And so secondly, I'm just going to briefly discuss conflict of interest with you all, because I think you're all kind of experimenting with what that meant last meeting and what that means to actually implement it. So the question is, what is it and how should it be implemented in your meetings? And it's basically defined in our legal code as a personal financial gain or a personal gain of associates. I recommend everyone here read policy 15, which discusses this. Furthermore, in 1974, the California Political Reform Act was passed, which states no public official shall make, participate in making, or in any way attempt to use their official position to influence a governmental decision in which they know or have reason to know they have a financial interest. So this financial interest is defined explicitly as any investment worth $2,000 or more, employment income of $500 or more, and receipt gifts worth $520 or more, among a few variety of others. So the big one is the employment income of $500, which is the personal gain of finances to oneself. So that means if you, a close friend, or someone you might have a financial or personal interest with stands to benefit from a decision made by the Senate or other committees you're a part of, you might be in a conflict of interest. And so this includes funding allocations, appointments, any other disciplinary actions involving those close to you with respect to a financial sum being involved. And so if you're ever questioning your impartiality regarding a vote, there might be a conflict that you should slowly and procedurally evaluate amongst each other. It also never hurts to recuse yourself to just remain impartial. And so for our legislator and other committees to maintain themselves as fair, equitable, and nonpartisan bodies, I just ask you all to think twice before voting on matters in which you can't dispel your conflict of interest. Again, that's the financial gain of one's associates or oneself. If a member of a committee came to you for a funding request or for an event project, you have every right to vote on it unless they themselves are an associate yours or are receiving some direct financial benefit. So it's imperative to note, it's imperative to note that the financial benefit to a committee, such as putting on an event, is very different from a financial benefit to oneself. So if someone's getting reimbursed for funding or they're gaining something from hosting that event. So just, you need to evaluate that very slowly. It's not gonna be like, if you have a friend in a committee, you need to approve their minutes. That's not something you really need to worry about. It's more if you have funding requests coming to you guys individually, because I see minutes as a procedural thing that the body has to do as the body. And usually they get approved. Sometimes you'll see some minor things that you need to fix, but you'll kind of encounter as it goes, and I'll be here as a resource. And hopefully if we get another parliamentarian, they can as well. Love you, Jen. So once again, if you don't feel confident, just refrain from voting. It's a really complicated matter. I'll speak out of it again in greater length coming fall quarter. But in the time being, I invite you guys all to fill out the conflict of interest form on the OAG website. That's oag.as.ucsb, I believe. So fill out whatever you can. And just lastly, like, I recommend utilizing extensions over matters you don't really feel confident voting on. I utilized that numerous times throughout my term as a senator. It doesn't mean you are for or against or any way about legislation. If you don't feel confident, just don't vote. That's totally fine. That's your right as a senator. And then next, I wanted to speak briefly just about what occurred last meeting. When I came to speak about the verdict for Judicial Council for 005. This is not coming from any personal motive or reason. I just wanted to outline my thoughts for the Senate. So during that meeting, I was appointed as Attorney General. Thank you all. Position I feel confident in tackling, but I'm still very new to and figuring out. And again, it's a similar feeling I think everyone is feeling right now. It's very intimidating being in this room and trying to discuss amongst one another. You know, we're all mid-20s, still figuring a lot of stuff out. But anyways, at a point in the meeting, as you all know, some senators felt that they could use further guidance from the former Attorney General, Eric Carlson, with respect to the Judicial Council ruling. I personally had no issue with this, and I felt it would be appropriate, given he has had a year of experience in this role and is the same individual who prosecuted the case. I bear no weight on the decision to not invite him to the table. I simply just wanted to come here and outline to the Senate the paths you have available to all should you disagree with the chair. So during the discussion, Senator Lucan moved to appeal the chair's decision to not invite former AG to the floor, which was then seconded. When this happened, discussion continued to ensue until a recess was called. My reasoning for discussing this with you all is to reinforce to the body that appealing a chair's decision is your right as outlined in Robert's Rules of Order. Procedurally, you should have been given a brief moment of discussion in which the chair will state his case, and then all members of the body are invited to speak for what they believe. And then you should just go into a vote. But despite it's outlined in your standing policies that the chair can move into a recess at any point in their choosing. I personally find it fine to meet and deliberate at any point during a meeting, but I would recommend reviewing that standing policy because it ended up with a couple members in like a hallway discussing the matter and everyone else was kind of excluded, which is fine. It's fine to deliberate, but for certain motions, I personally recommend including everyone on the table at the floor. And again, I just recommend everyone read Robert's Rules of Order. It is really going to help guide your deliberations and all the avenues available to you. The chair is here to guide you all. I have a lot of faith in the internal vice president. But you just have to understand that you have every right to disagree with the chair. You have every right to disagree with one another. You should welcome disagreement with open arms. It's what leads to more fruitful discussion. You want all voices included. That's just my personal belief also just after a year in Senate. And so lastly, this is the one I hope you guys actually really pay attention to, is the JC verdict. So I've been requested to give you guys all advice once again in regards to the case 005. I'd like to state that I do not speak.
Okay, someone does have to. Actually, no. Do we have unanimous consent to let the Attorney General finish his thought?
Consent.
Should I consent? Saying none, please proceed.
I just like to say I don't speak for Judicial Council. This is my own advice as Attorney General, my own interpretation of the ruling and how you should proceed. Just to reiterate the verdict, it states that the Judicial Council directs the Senate to reopen the minutes for March 5th, 2025, and add a motion to accept Kamaya Jackson, co-chair of Student Commission on Racial Equity. I believe there was a lot of confusion last time regarding this, because I think a lot of it stemmed from it's a Senate from a previous term. Do we have the right to open their minutes? And generally, I would not recommend going back to previous year Senates and amending decisions. However, due to the judicial council's verdict and directive, I find it totally warranted and appropriate. The Senate maintains the right to make legislative decisions in many aspects of the association. Like, for example, you have the right to go into any VCU's minutes, for the most part, amend them, and you'll likely do that numerous times this year when you find errors. But so this instance regarding the March 5th meeting in particular shouldn't be any different in practicality. The amendments need to be done in this meeting just to ensure compliance. And so just to begin my actual recommendation, I would advise you all to strike the motion to table Ms. Jackson's appointment indefinitely from the 0305 meeting minutes and agenda. Following this, add a motion to accept Maya Jackson, co-chair Student Commission on Racial Equity. This fulfills JC's verdict. It's what they're asking for. You don't have to worry about whose name is on it. I think that was another point of confusion last time. It's simply the same as adding a text into your agenda. You could, if you'd like, you could read it exactly as I told you. That's the one thing. It needs to be in line with the directive. But if you're confused, you could just add like an addendum that says 76 Senate, because it's the whole body agreeing to follow that. And so after this, in your own meeting minutes, I recommend a motion to retroactively approve Maya Jackson as co-chair. And so this essentially appoints Ms. Jackson for the whole previous term. And if she wishes to serve this upcoming term, they'll have to follow the standard procedure in which the president appoints them and is then confirmed by the Senate. And then lastly, there's just one procedural error I'd like you guys to fix in that, which is it states in the minutes that the Senate exited closed session at 2:57 a.m. Or sorry, it states 3:57 a.m. That needs to be amended to be an hour before, which is when JC has estimated that they actually ended. So just edit that by an hour, and then you can reapprove the minutes in this meeting. Any questions?
Thank you, G. Before we jump into questions, really just to. Yeah,
Do we have somewhere a list of the stuff that you just said, the procedure for motioning these things? And then
I can email it all to you guys.
that would be hugely helpful. Two quick things. The first thing is, somebody please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe I am. That we went into the March 5th meeting and we did strike the indefinite table.
Yeah, that actually totally so that you did strike it. So my apologies. I was giving my full directive. At this point, then you just need to approve the appointment.
Yeah, and just
And then retroactively approve in your agenda.
just to give you guys context, not hugely important, but Maya Jackson's appointment for score for this upcoming term is actually on today's agenda. So that part is taken care of. That is separate from the Attorney General's recommendation that directive, whatever you want to call it, that we retroactively appoint kind of remedy the what JC ruled was the injustice of it not having been approved in the 75th Senate. So those are two separate things. Any other questions? Okay, Attorney General, if you can, oh, sorry.
Friendly question. As per the Attorney General's recommendations, is that the only, for lack of a better word, action item that we made progress on last meeting, just for my clarification? Like the other recommendations that he's making, we still have to do this meeting?
Oh, sorry, was that to me?
Yeah.
Should we accept these?
Yeah, of course. So the first action, the strike through, we did that last meeting. The next agenda items that we also have to take care of that at this.
We should do that all today.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sure can.
Okay.
I would like to request, please, if we can, after all of this, can we at least ask for a thumbs up, a yes, confirmation from any judicial council members who may be in the room that we have appropriately executed their decision?
I mean, with their consent, I don't know to what extent they want to be involved, if at all. Would you like to give a brief comment as to what extent you'd want to? Maybe that needs to. Pardon?
Yeah, if you'll,
Yeah.
the one clarification.
Just a brief comment, not, he's in his unit report, but I'm just kind of,
Okay.
yeah, but.
The one clarification I want to make is there was never a motion to permanently table Maya Jackson's appointment on the 3-5 minutes. So last week, y'all struck a motion that did not exist. So how you want to address that is up to you, or if you want to. But I do want to make you aware of that.
I would just argue that if it was on the agenda, if the minutes were not being taken, it essentially should have been on the minutes.
So striking it essentially adds it, it takes it off at the same time.
So it seems like the least problematic and the least time consuming option is to leave that as is and take care of the other parts of the directive.
I would say so.
Lovely. Okay, any other questions before we try to act on this? Thank you for speaking to us. Is there anyone else here with your reports? Okay, then
Part of information. I think you also send the link to the.
he did.
No, for the conflict of interest one. Thank you.
That's him? Okay. That's a good, yeah, good going. Do I have unanimous consent to move into action items?
Consent.
Any objection, I consent. Seeing none motion. Oh shit, bro. I would welcome, I believe the Attorney General has forwarded us the language needed, and we can note that at the very bottom of action items. We can take care of it now. Sorry, really quickly, was the very last motion, to reallocate funds, was that ever taken care of?
Yeah.
No, really quickly, what's going on with this one?
I motioned to add it onto the agenda under action items and then we never motioned to pass it.
That makes sense, thank you. Okay. So let's get back to the most relevant discussion here. I would welcome any motions on what we just spoke about. Clara,
Motion to reopen the minutes from the March 5th, 2025 Senate meeting.
there's been a motion to reopen the minutes from the March 5th, 2025 Senate meeting. Minutes is correct, right?
I would recommend doing both, but I believe that the JC directive is put in.
Okay, there's been a motion. Is there a second? Pardon? There's been a motion made. Is there a second? Someone he's. There's been a second round of discussion. Senator Chaudhary.
Call the
The
question.
question has been called. Any objection? I call the question.
Thanks.
Great, thanks, that. Seeing there's not passes. We retroactive. The next step is retroactively approved. Is that correct?
Strike.
We understand.
We accept it.
To retroactively appoint. If you guys could just, I'll ask you one last time, so I don't bother you again. We accept the agenda. Retroactively appoint, close. Do you want us to do agenda as well or just minutes?
There's no mention of the agenda.
Okay, brilliant. So is my order correct? Accept, appoint, close
Ratify. Yeah, ratify the minutes again.
at the end?
Yes.
Lovely. So I would welcome any motions to retroactively appoint, Simone.
Point of information, so I would say motion to retroactively accept Maya Jackson. For chair.
Correct.
Okay.
What's going on? Logan?
I don't want to talk in case I confuse it one more. I don't think that's right, but I think.
That's what.
Senator Dunn, was that correct?
After you finish sealing the minutes, and you wrote everything you need to do them in your own agenda, I would recommend retroactively appointing like Jackson.
Okay, so right now I just.
No, you're not recognized. So last meeting, we spent about 30 minutes arguing whether it should be on the March 5th meeting, minutes or in our own. And I thought the conclusion of the directive from JC was that we do it in the March 5th minutes.
The directive is you reopen the March 5th minutes, add a motion, there's exact motion language in the decision. You add that to the March 5th minutes, and then you close the March 5th minutes and ratify them.
Okay, does anybody have that exact motion to be made in the March 5th minutes, Lucan?
Seeing that we are now in the March 5th minutes, I would like to add a motion to accept Kamaya Jackson, co-chair, Student Commission on Racial Equity.
There's been a motion to add a motion to accept Maya Jackson as co-chair of the Student Commission on Racial Equity. Is there a second? Senator Harder,
Second.
there's been a second. We're on discussion. Senator Claro.
Call question.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to that call the question?
Consent.
Is there any objection to that consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We just added all to the agenda, correct? So now we actually need to approve the nomination. Yeah, well. Senator Sussman.
Motion to retroactively approve Maya Jackson as co-chair of SCORE.
Just like to rescind that motion.
I like to rescind that.
Lubin.
I believe we need to now accept that agenda and close those minutes and then retroactively approve it on our current agenda.
Senator Sussman.
Motion to close the March 3rd, or March 5th, Senate meeting minutes.
Would you like to rescind the motion?
I like to rescind that motion.
Senator Harder.
Motion to accept the agenda of the March 5th Senate meeting.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda of the March. The agenda. Would you like to rescind your motion?
I rescind my motion, point of information, what do I need to say?
Something along the lines of accepting the minutes of the March 5th, 2025 Senate meeting.
Okay,
Senator Harder.
I motion to accept the minutes of the March 5th, 2025 Senate meeting.
There's been a motion to accept the minutes of the March 5th, 2025 meeting. Is there a second, Senator Claro?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion, Senator Whitela. The question has been called as an objection to the question.
Consent.
Any objection to that consent? Seeing none, motion passes. EPPLA, welcome into the room. How are you, ma'am? So we've accepted, should we now close 7 minutes? Why did we make it? Is in order.
I motion to close the minutes of the March 5th, 2025 Senate meeting.
There's been a motion to close the minutes for March 5th, 2025 meetings. There are seconds, Senator Claro.
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion, Senator Fan.
Call the
The
question.
question has been called. Is there any call the question?
Consent.
Any objection to that consent? Seeing no motion passes. Second, Sussman. All the motion language is cool. Okay. Okay. Sussman.
I'd like to now make a motion to retroactively accept Maya Jackson as the chair of SCORE.
From my understanding, we need to simply approve those minutes with that amendment made, correct? We don't need to make this motion.
Is it ratified? Point of information. Do we
Ratify, you're right.
the minutes that we just reviewed? Yes, we need to ratify the minutes.
I rescind that motion.
And retroactively appoint?
It, I will clarify, right now, it is old business to appoint Kamaya Jackson as co-chair of school.
Sure. Is that part of your directive?
It is not explicitly part of our directive.
So it would suffice to simply make the motion to ratify the minutes from the 5th.
Correct.
You were sending your motion, right? Attorney General?
I think there's some confusion on what is the JC directive, and what is the directive on public merit recommendation. I thought I made this clear with you, but then I better know. All you gotta do is do exactly the time with adding the motion. I would still recommend retroactively appointing Maya Jackson, because essentially that's not really a real motion.
Understood. Understood. Senator Harder.
Motion to retroactively,
Senator Harder, would you like to rescind that just so we can just go by the most logical order, so ratify the minutes and then do that?
Sure.
Rescind your motion. You rescind your motion.
I rescind.
Is it legal? Or did you have? Senator Lee.
Motion to ratify the March 5th.
There's been a motion to ratify the March 5th meetings. Is it minutes? Is there a second, Senator Claro?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion, Senator Chaldry.
Call to
The
question.
question has been called. Is there any objection to the question? Any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We have ratified those minutes. Senator Lupin.
Motion to retroactively approve Maya Jackson as co-chair of school. Student Commission on Racial Equity.
There's been a motion to retroactively approve Maya Jackson as co-chair of SCORE. Or you said, Student Commission on Racial Equity. Is there a second, Senator Wang?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. In order, the question has been called. There's any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Any objection to consent? Seeing none, the motion passes. I think we're good. Yeah? Yes?
Yes.
We want to treat ourselves and the minute takers by, going into a 15-minute recess now, maybe?
Yeah.
Amazing, sorry, look at.
Motion to recess until 9:15 p.m. At 8:06 p.m.
That's not 15 minutes, it's 20 minutes.
Bro, fun, you good at now, fun.
Yeah.
Ask me 15 minutes, right?
I second the motion.
We have no.
Wait a minute, we have to be out of here at 11. It should be 15.
Okay,
We're still in the middle of motion, would you like to rescind?
I second the motion.
Yeah,
Parliamentary, can we not argue in 2 minutes of recess?
I recognize now to make using the motion, you have the right to have a recess, just do it, please.
Oh, yeah, oh my God, right, yeah, we move into a 15-minute recess, thank you so much.
Middle of a motion. Go into recess.
Yeah, you're right, I overrule your motion, and we move into a 15-minute recess.
Well, thank God, there's no.
You have 2 more minutes.
I enter into recess at 8:57.
Okay, let's get back in here, please.
Glad you're not center now.
Yes, your bag is.
What?
It's not loud enough for anyone else to do it.
And that's loud. That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Okay, we get that.
When Molly Brown is like.
No, I see what you're talking about.
Is sharing the screen, I think we'll follow it up soon.
Yeah, totally right. Think about preventing that.
Perfect.
Is everyone back?
There's some people at ASA invited.
Thanks so much for taking that out of minutes. I know it's so far.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, like, it's good that I was kind of have to get better at remembering the names, but I feel like that's a lot. Yeah.
Definitely, it's you and I was shared building.
Yeah, but to be honest, I feel like when we're both doing it, we're writing the same exact thing and everyone. So it's something like we're just one person will write that. There's 6 of them. But right now, it's like, it's one person.
You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
But also feel your hands out. Okay.
We're back. We're back.
It's for the thousand separate, understand it, those minutes.
I see. Okay. Oh.
I want to change.
We're not in order yet. Wait, okay. We're calling the meeting back to order. We're back from recess at 9:15 PM. To be clear, those recesses that I call are 15 minutes max. That should have been 9:12. There is no leverage to be had over such delays because it's week 10 and your attendance is involuntary. So in a sense, thank you for being here, but for future meetings, let's not do that again. Let's be back prompt. Thank you so much. Parliamentarian?
I ask that we move back to the out of the day, starting with new business.
Sure. Do we have unanimous consent to move into new business? Amazing. Okay, so we begin with the. Second. Begin with the Legislative Tracker Act. The first and second, would you like to speak on it?
Yes. Thank you for all in attendance, including staff members, executives, senators, etc. This is a Legislative Tracker Act. If you go ahead and take a look at it, basically, the purpose of this act is to make it a requirement for all current senators and future senators to use a legislative tracker. This is advantageous for a plurality of reasons. Principally, transparency. We have a duty and obligation according to our bylaws and according to the Student Bill of Rights to be transparent to our constituents. And as per Charles Yu, I believe was his last name's presentation, and according to outreach data and just a variety of different sources, transparency is obviously an issue that has been arisen on multiple occasions. And so in theory, this legislative tracker will increase transparency because a lot of the students, all of the students and ECUs, etc., will have access to the tracker. And obviously that's advantageous because some of the legislation will be in regards to students and or ECUs. And not only is transparency a key feature of this, but I would also say that it's very useful for simply organizing your thoughts. If you take a look at the tracker, which the link is included in the groupie, and I can also email it to everyone. The format is designed such that you can, list people that are potential stakeholders. You can list the time, you can add notes for yourself. It's just, it's a mechanism for organization and transparency all built into one, and for that reason, I think that it should be made a requirement for all senators to use it.
Thank you. Second?
Well, yeah, I think that already that Senator Harder touched on some of the sentiments I want to specifically discuss about stuff, but from our personal experience with my versions in the Senate, we had some similar forms of smaller models of like legislation or smaller models of trying to do this before, but it wasn't as much of the powerful statement or to the extension that the legislative package currently is right now. And I think that because of this specifically is a great initiative, not only to expand it in regards to not only this mentality, but also to expand it towards like visually associated with as well. See not only what in regards to what the senators are doing, in regards to also just collaboration in general with the senators and one another to communicate as well as to initiate a legislation with one another and have more transparency in regards to advocacy as well. And advocating for these issues, other organizations are interested about curiosity about what senators are doing. It helps and the overall to help face that for beneficiaries and all forms of associates, all parts of society. But yeah,
Now discussion, Councilman.
I'll be brief for time's sake, but thank you both for doing this act. It not only helps my role as president, but it helps us as an association keep each other accountable. So I am a huge proponent of such an act.
Sure.
Just reiterating, this is amazing, and I was just wondering if there is gonna be a plan to maybe move it to another format, if it is deemed necessary, like, let's say we have like a lot of standing, like a lot of things on there, and we need another platform, is that?
Perfect.
First one.
Just direct, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So currently, I built this legislative tracker over the course of about 3 or 4 hours on Saturday. And in that time period, I was able to add 1,000 lines of legislation, potential legislation. That can be increased in the future. However, you do make a good point that Google Docs, Google Sheets, rather, the platform that I developed it on, that looks a little unappealing, not gonna lie, like, it can, there is potential for, transferring to a different platform. I haven't explored that yet. As of right now, this tracker will last us feasibly for another 1,000 pieces of legislation.
I think such a comment with it as well.
Just be referenced.
Okay.
Michael?
I think it's just a similar comment to it as well. The purpose of the legislative tracker isn't specifically regards to the format, not their whole defined purpose of it, it's just overall to provide a shared system of practice for the progress. So whenever it's like, system requires things to be developed for it, and a system such body, which way you're touching it, whatever way helpful to that. So that's also the purpose of the science.
Point of order. When a senator's talking, can we all please be respectful?
You're completely right, yeah.
Thank you.
I was just pointing out, because we're all learning in this role, and this might be one of the first pieces of bills rather, which have a different format than just resolutions. The part in black is existing. Section 4, duties and powers under Article 6, so that's not being added on. The part that's being added on is in red. So if it's just black with no other additions whatsoever that's existing legal code, there's a strike through in it that's being removed. If there's a red, it's being added on. That's the format that we're functioning off of this Senate. So yeah, it was not a response to yours. I just thought that this might be worth adding. Sorry.
Chair has to move on to print up order.
You ever say your point of order?
My information, why don't I respond order?
If you don't rescind your print of order, the chair has a duty to rule on the print of order.
I really love this idea. I think it's great for transparency. I want to remind everyone that it is a bill that would change legal code, so no matter what, this is going to get tabled for at least a week as per legal code.
It would be my recommendation, and it's ultimately, obviously, the Senate's decision that this might be best tabled to the Senate Executive Committee, which already has several things to deal with, and it doesn't seem exactly fit for any of the other 4 standing committees, and I don't know, it might use the minds and the growing experiences of all 4 committees.
Sorry, but the Executive Committee under the Committee Rewards Act cannot take on any legislation.
Point of information. Can you clarify why it would be the executive committee? That's the reason.
I was completely wrong. Yeah.
Then
my reasoning was the executive committee as sort of the place where the committees gather and can add their expertise on what they're dealing with in their separate committees, but just no legislation, that's the legal, okay. If you can't deal with legislation, then scratch that, just find whichever committee makes no sense to be in. Carter?
Considering the contents of the bill and considering the purpose of the bill, I would suggest that we table this to either the liaison committee or the outreach committee, one of the two. However, being a member of the outreach committee, if there's a point of conflict or something of that nature,
No.
then I understand.
Okay.
Motion to refer the Legislative Tracker Act to Outreach Committee.
You can, I'm not overruling it at all, I'm just as a suggestion, might it make more sense since it's more internal for us to be in liaison?
Oh dear.
You can't make points of order, but I'll take your suggestion aside.
Most of our parliamentarians is entitled to make point about that there are multiple presidents from multiple senates. Conclude that.
Precedent does not.
I'm-
mean that the
I'm sorry, I have to-
Okay. Under Robert's Rule of Order, not points of order, but I will take your suggestion as my parliamentarian. Please do speak.
Second, according to the standing rules adopted by the Senate, legislation must be referred to most closely related committee. And the outreach does not seem to be the case in this legislation. And yeah.
That's kind of what I was saying. Since it seems to be dealing with internal functions of the Senate and how it relates to the association, might it make more sense to be in liaison? Okay.
Yes, yes, that's a completely subjective line, so I appreciate the parliamentarian suggestion, but it's completely up to the discretion of the Senate, who the committee that's most closely aligned with it is, according to our standing rules, but regardless, I rescind my motion.
Thank you.
Point of information, the bill can be reasonably observed by the outreach committee and the liaison committee. Is this correct?
Look, you're both great debaters. We have an hour and 30 minutes and several agenda items. Are we in agreement that liaison, sure, you could find some twist that both would adapt to it. It seems like liaison is best fit. So
Okay,
are we okay with simply tabling liaison?
Similar to what we will discuss in the because when we just have a brief discussion about this instead of the meeting.
Point about it.
okay. Point of orders,
There's 5 points of order, fine.
you use point of orders first.
As parliamentarian, you don't make point of order, you can speak to me individually. What's the matter? What's the concession here? I don't really understand.
That there has been multiple point of information made during this meeting, and those are not point of information. Those are debates. Those are not point of information.
Actually, we should keep closer count on that, yeah. Was that your point?
Yes.
Okay, Senator Claire up.
Motion to refer the Legislative Tracker Act to the Liaison Committee.
There's been a motion to refer to the Legislative Tracker Act to the Liaison Committee. Is there a second, Chaudhry?
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Wahidullah. The question has been called. Is there any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes. It's been referred to leads. Thank you guys so much. We went through about before, went through some agenda.
Apologies, but motion to add to a resolution urging the Office of Associate Students Executive Director to create a Black Heritage Cultural Experience of the Account in the High Impact Project Fund and to establish a formal partnership with counseling, psychological services and business.
Has it been sent to me?
Yes, I can report it to you.
Please. And please, in the meanwhile, think of where would be best to table because we've. We've got to get going. Could you re-forward it to me, please?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Voluntary.
Let's deal with other agenda items first, while we wait for the legislation.
Do I have unanimous consent to move into action items?
Consent.
Any objection by consent?
Point of order, I think there's a motion for
Good motion, that's true.
Point about it.
Just be recognized, but I'll recognize you so we don't have to go through this whole circus again. Parliamentarian.
I'm very serious right now. From all the observers of the anti-legal code and the president, there's nothing said parliamentarian cannot make point of order. Throughout is a country that has been multiple examples that shows parliamentary well entitled to make point of order. Second, the Senate has been repeating the mistake of the last Senate. They see themselves as the sole interpreter of the rules. They will fail to take any outside accountability. That's that practice that leads last Senate into the judicial councils. Do whatever you must. However, under my duty as parliamentarian, I have a duty to resign and make my case if I believe there are serious breach of parliamentary procedure and file a JC case. I yield.
Okay. I appreciate that everyone is quite passionate about this, but what are we so passionate about? We're dealing with the most purely procedural nonsense at the end of the day that I've seen in quite a long time. Can we get through this a little bit more calmly, please? Where were we? Okay, can we, we'll give the senator 2 minutes to send it over. Did you get a chance to forward it over? Thank you so much. You think it's finance committee is more, thank you so much. Okay, and if we can just, I'll relax just a little bit because it's fine. We're motioning things onto the agendas. We're not fighting wars. This was under new business, is that correct? Sorry, well, the motion has been made, hasn't even been seconded. Chaudhry,
Second.
there's been a second, we're on discussion, Claire.
Call the question.
Question has been called, call the question.
Consent.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes.
Point of information,
Yes.
is the parliamentarian considered a member of the assembly?
Overruled.
It's a point of information, here, like it's a question.
Overruled.
Appeal? I'd like to appeal the chair's decision.
The parliamentarian serves on the BIVP and is crucial in the philosophical sense, if that's what you're interested in, since this seems to be the best avenue of addressing that for some reason, and has been crucial to this Senate and the last one in learning what to do. You, and you know I respect you very much, you have about a week of experience being a senator, maybe a little bit more. He has about 3 years. I have about 2 weeks of experience being interim vice president. He's seen how this has worked for 3 years. Let's give each other some grace and respect, please. You're not recognized. Let's just move on, please. There's the motion to add this on before we refer.
I believe since we are all new senators and stuff like that, that I suggest that you guys may have a little bit more patience with us in order to make mistakes, and we can as a collective be able to fix our mistakes and learn from them. And I feel like we're being very often suggested at doing everything rather than given the time to.
Okay. I don't know how that's point of information. Wahid Lowe was the first on that, and Chaudhry was the second, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, would someone like to make the motion to refer this resolution to finance committee? Chaudhry?
I make a motion to, never mind, I rescind my motion.
Okay, Clara?
Motion to refer a resolution urging the Office of the Associate Students Executive Director of Creative Black Heritage Cultural Experience to the account within the High Impact Project Fund and to establish a formal partnership with Counseling and Psychological Services to Finance Committee.
There's been a motion to refer a resolution urging the Office of the Associate Students Executive Director to Creative Black Heritage Cultural Experience with sub-account within the High Impact Project Fund to establish a formal partnership with the Counseling and Psychological Services. Catch the Finance Committee. Is there a second? Jane? There's been a second, we're on discussion. Jones? The question has been called. Is any objection? Call the question. Any objection, I consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, so it's been referred. Is that all for new business? Thank you guys so much. Made it out. Seeing there's nothing really of substance in between, do I have unanimous consent to move to action items? Thank you. Okay, let's just go one by one. The very first one has been dealt with. We're now on the second action item. Would you guys like a brief background on it, or you just want to make the motion? Mike?
Can I speak? We were asking for the 250 startups specifically so we can start or like, fund our event that happened last Friday. And if it gets pushed to fiscal year 2026, that would make it more, or this is also partly a question, but wouldn't it be easier if it was fiscal year 2020?
Sorry, I was referring to the one right above that, but it's fine. We can deal with this one. So you said it was for an event that happened last Friday?
Well, it's technically, it's 250 startup fund.
Uh,
But we wanted to use this 250 money, or the club, the organization wanted to use this $250 for food for an event that happened last Friday. And if it gets pushed to fiscal year 2026, then that organization would have to make a retroactive, or would have to.
yeah,
And they wanted the money as soon as possible, because that's the most ideal.
yeah. So as we pointed out earlier, the language on here is kind of guidance on how to make the actual motion. It's not the official motion. But Michael told me, I believe explicitly that this should be in 2026. Maybe he misunderstood the request as I did. But, okay, so let's say we amend this to FY 2025. Would it be able to cover an event that's already happened? Is either Vincent or Michael or anyone from the team here? Sorry, be right next, please. If we can see whether. No? Okay, parliamentarian first.
Since the events already happened, there might be a need for retroactive funding exemption. I'm sorry, yeah.
Please. I think that might be preferable. Just take a point of first privilege. Okay, let's go to the second one, so the one right above this one, the one that's in green. I guess I'll just give a little bit of background. All the other committees have chairs and vice chairs, except finance, which has been internal and external. In my estimation and that of the parliamentarian, it's kind of. It's a little bit out of whack, I suppose. It's not, in keeping with the remainder of the committees and how the association regularly functions, and this motion would facilitate the kind of committee that would be standardized with its sister standing committees. And a part of that would be to let the vice chair be a non-senator, as has been long-standing precedent in the finance committee, to be able to run the internals, and the chair to be a senator, because we tried the chair not being a senator a few years ago. And they just stopped communicating because this person wouldn't come to Senate. So this is in my experience and the experience of volunteering, the best way of arranging the finance committee. I'd welcome any motion, any discussion if anybody has it. Mr. Johnson?
Just for discussion, a part of the project that I myself am working on along with other senators is just continuity within legal code, and this motion does exactly that. It's just keep continuity and chair names the same throughout legal code. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. What, sorry, I'm apologize, but what motion are we talking about?
Motion to suspend ASUCSB legal order Article 6 legislative. What?
It's a comment, it's not on the agenda.
You can't see it?
No,
Yeah.
we
Oh
can't.
my
see it.
God. That's why he was accepting that. Apologies. Okay. Let's pull that out. There it is. Yeah, and this is basically what would happen with the bill. It was called a bill to standardize Senate Finance Committee leadership, but we thought it improper to vote on something when it was introduced by an email vote. It's just not a long-standing precedent, so this would be the best way of amending that for the short term until a legal code remedy is run to fruition.
Motion to suspend ASUCSB Legal Code Article 6 Legislative Committee Section 11 subsection B clause 1 and 2 and subsection C and all other provisions under the same section concerning Senate Finance Committee co-chairship, and authorize the internal vice president to appoint a provisional chair from the membership of Senate thereof and vice chair from the student body until the conclusion of summer quarter due to imminent legislation amending said positions.
There's been a motion to suspend ASUCSB legal code Article 6 legislative committee section 11, subsection B, clause 1 and 2, and subsection C, and all the provisions under the same section concerning Senate Finance Committee co-chairship, and authorize the internal vice president to appoint a provisional chair from the membership of the Senate thereof and vice chair from the student body until the conclusion of some according due to imminent legislation amending said positions. There's a second. Clara,
Second.
there's been a second. We're now in discussion. We're now in discussion. So then,
Call the question.
the question has been called. There's any objection to call the question.
Consent.
Consent.
Check by consent. See none, motion passed. Thank you, guys. Foxy Butler.
Yeah.
You might, wait. I just accepted that, so it should be down there, the one right below the Blackberry School for Experience. Is this old? And we shouldn't deal with this because we just tabled it to finance committee, it is the same request, correct?
The hip?
Yeah,
No, not necessarily. The resolution isn't allocating any funding. It's just creating the partnership.
okay, so you wanna do both? You wanna do both?
I
The
would
rep, the
like,
executive director, and at the same time, you would like to get this, like, referred to finance, or was that,
no, I would like that motion to be made.
that exact motion you made? Welcome any motions, Senator Chaudhary?
Motion to approve $25,000 from SEAL Fall Quarter Fund for Black Heritage Cultural Experience under the authority of the Senate and on behalf of Senate Finance Committee.
There's been a motion to approve $25,000 from Seal Fall Quarter Fund for Black Heritage Cultural Experience on the authority of the Senate and on behalf of the Senate Finance Committee. Is there a second, Jones?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion, Clara.
Call question.
The question's been called, there's any objection, call the question. Object by consent, seeing none, the motion passes.
Point of information.
Yeah.
So usually when we move funding, there's like, account numbers and stuff, so is this just, I'm just trying to understand what this resolution exactly does.
This isn't a move of funds. The seal account under finance is a gigantic one through which we fund all kinds of seal organizations from academic teams, cultural, you name it. And this would approve 25,000 for the Black Heritage Cultural Experience from said fund, so it's not.
And then it would just get taken out at a later date.
Yeah, so it would approve it, so they can go and put those receipts and all the concrete later on. Okay, down to a congressional reallocation, the motion should be ready, this one should be, Chaudhary.
Motion to reallocate $2,514.96 from line item transportation to line item classroom tech, $278.06 from line item transportation to line item CSO, and reallocate $3,262.05 from line item super cucas to I don't know how to say that, Mexican Grill for El Congreso de UCSB Latinx College Day on May 26, 2025.
There's been a motion to reallocate 2,000.
Point of information.
Is it 60 cents and 50 cents, or is it 6 cents and 5 cents?
It's 0.96 cents, the second one is 0.60 cents, and then the other is 0.5 cents, still the first one is the double digits. That's not my question, my question is, this is May 26th. This is retroactive, yes.
Didn't say any of that have, if you're getting money for them. Like, they came in, also.
Sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm really sorry about that. Sean?
Out of respect for senators, maybe at least allow them to finish their statement.
Yes, if you were not finished, please continue.
Yeah, I just said about that. Like, I remember them specifically coming in, they said it's a restaurant.
That's what they said, it was retroactive. Thank you. Sean, do we approve that, or do we have to do the thing that Iden was talking about, that we also add that we were voting on behalf of the finance committee?
Yeah, because finance committee would normally do this work, so you're just kind of stepping up. Does that mean?
But he said that it should be explicitly in the motion language.
Yeah, but you could go forward, well, that would be what we talked about. Same way, but this feels very much like something that finance committee would do. So just if you add that language to the end of it, and to do this retroactively, then it's like that, which will wake up every basis.
Yeah, I would highly advise to add the adverb retroactively before reallocate, and then on behalf of the finance committee at the very end of the motion language. I believe you were the first one.
I
Would you like to-
rescinded my motion.
There's something,
Motion to amend the motion.
it's been rescinded, there's no motion on there.
It's in my motion.
Sussman?
Motion to retroactively reallocate $2,514.96 from the line item transportation to line item classroom tech. For $278.60 from line item transportation to line item CSO. Reallocate $3,262 from line item Super Cucas to Josephine Mexican Grill for El Congreso de UCSD Latinx College Day on May 26, 2025, on behalf of Senate Finance Committee. And grant them an exemption.
Yeah. I was just reminded by Holly that they would also need that. Thank you, Holly. There's been a motion to retroactively reallocate $2,514, Jesus Christ, and 96 cents from line item transportation, line item classroom tech, $278.60 from line item transportation to line item CSO, and reallocate $3,262.50 from line item Super Cugas to Josephine Mexican Grill for El Congreso de UCSB's Latinx College Day on May 26, 2025, on behalf of the Senate Finance Committee, and grant them exception. Is there a second? We're now discussing Secretary Clara.
Call question.
The question has been called. There's an objection to the question.
Consent.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Public. Wait, I'm sorry. But we don't get it here. So that was fine. That's what she did in the shear substance. Okay, I welcome any motions on the transfer signal line. Senator Chaudhary?
Motion to grant the Transfer Service Alliance an exception for giveaway for TSC and TSA swag merchandise event.
There's been a motion to grant the Transfer Students Alliance an exception for giveaway for the TSC TSA swag merchandise event. Is there a second? Well, there's been a second, now discussion. Is there a-
Call the question.
The question has been called. Is there any objection to the question?
Consent.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, a little context, just for fun. This one was just to make sure, because we have to redo this right again. It is still, the first one's still constitutionally binding, but we did it just, be careful. This is basically proving that the crucial motions and all decisions we made in the May 21st meeting are actually valid. Senator Clara?
Motion to retroactively approve all motions made on the 76 ASUCSB Senate Agenda 521.
Yeah, there's been a motion to retroactively approve all motions made on the 76 ASUCSB Senate Agenda 521. Is there a second, Harder?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Chaudhary?
Call to
The
question.
question has been called. Any objection to the question?
Consent.
I apologize, I'm really not trying to delay, but what was the point of doing that?
Pardon?
What was the purpose? of doing
That's sold. That's from last meeting, and basically it was because we had to redo the swearing in.
that?
And it was just us being anxious and wanting to do that. I have no idea. Does anybody know what this addendum is? Oh, it's Gotcha Racing. Okay. Those in the 75th might remember this, but basically it was in an MOU, a memorandum of understanding between Senate. It's the Senate Finance Committee. Anyways, the Senate and Gaucho Racing, which essentially builds electric cars and has them compete in these prestigious competitions. And this is an addendum that they're adding onto it that is necessary for one reason or another. So Harder?
Should you approve and then to MOU time? AS times UCSB as written.
Wait a minute, that's not your fault. I'm just. You know what? That's the title we're going with it. There's been a motion to approve addendum to MOU AS. And UCSB as written. Is there a second, Wahidullah? There's been a second round of discussion. Clara?
Call the
The
question.
question has been called. Can you object to the question?
Consent.
Objection. Oh, wait, not to the call.
You can, is there any objection to consent?
Objection.
Yes.
I had a discussion I wanted to add on behalf of one sitting board senator.
But on this?
Hmm?
I'm completely blanking on the procedure here.
Don't,
Are we back in the session now?
he has to, you ask the person if they rescind their.
They called the question, correct? You called the question?
Yeah.
Do you rescind your call to question?
I rescind my final question.
Well,
Speaking on behalf of Senator Asher, this MOU is incomplete. A major element of any event feasibility is where it's happening, leaving the location as TBD undercuts the purpose of the addendum as a concrete commitment. If this were to be voted on now, it essentially approves the schedule without knowing where it happened. The addendum is dated to finalize plans for May 31st, 2025, but today is already June 4th, 2025. The event already happened, question mark. If this is being voted on after the event date, that raises procedural and transparency concerns.
Volunteer.
Senator Chair, just for context, the MOU was sent to the Senate a month ago. It was on the Senate agenda 3 weeks ago. It just the Senate never has the time to evaluate it. And yet,
I think our concerns are valid, but it seems like it's just a miscommunication of like seeing this weeks later and being like, what's going on here? And they probably just submitted this and went along with their lives and didn't update with the location.
It was clarified.
Yeah,
That concern, yeah. Thank you.
Claire?
Call question.
Question has been called. There's any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Objection by consent.
Objection.
Okay.
I, on behalf of, Senator Foster, would, appreciate a handful.
Okay. Actually, sorry, you have to,
Do I have to resend
he
it?
don't, right? And he stays with his call to question and I just moves to a handbook, correct? Volunteer?
if the, I'm sorry, I was trying to say Senator, if the proxy is only object to the consent, so we move directly to a recorded vote.
So if the proxy objects went to what?
So if the proxy objects to the questions, then we are going to have a vote to vote. But if the proxy objects to the consent, then we'll go straight to the vote.
You did indeed only object to the consent. Okay, so we move into a hand vote. Hands up for yes, please. So yes is to approve this addendum. But are we all on the same page? Feel free to, any questions, Clara?
I was voting for yes.
Oh, sorry. You also were? So a yes would approve this addendum as is in this kind of long ranging arrangement that the Senate has with Gaucho Racing for an event that has already happened. And a vote against it would not approve it, and then we would have to find another way of dealing with it. Okay, so hands up for yes.
Yes.
Hands up for no.
One no.
Hands up for abstentions. There.
The total vote count is 16. We have we have 18 members present. That's
Do we get online, what is the question, do we get online votes?
no one's online.
Excuse me.
Should we redo it?
We need to.
Okay, let's make this last time we redo it, I'm sorry. This time. What? Okay, there's, yeah, one person left, that's true. How do you count this?
Right. Actually, I'm right. That's
So it's 10-4-2.
10-5.
I don't know where I came up with that, yeah, okay, motion fails, right?
No motion.
Wait, is it simple majority of the voting membership, or simple majority of the present membership, it's volunteer?
So MOU, I don't think they are specifically designed in the legal code for specific voting thresholds. In the light thereof, simple majority is all it needs. And according to the standing rules, abstention does not count it towards the voting thresholds. So it has a simple majority 10-1. So it passed.
Point of information, how come the proxy is present, but also the senator is through Zoom?
That is a lot of order.
I believe she's just. So I don't
think This-
you would count her as, yeah, she's driving.
Wait, let's be recognized, please. Volunteer?
If the senator explicitly expressed that they want a proxy, then the proxy is acting on behalf of the senator, and the senator, unless they said on Zoom they want to be voting for themselves again, then that voting privilege is accessed by the proxy.
That's fine. Okay, so my question, you kind of answered the question, but we're functioning off the assumption that it's the simple majority of the membership currently present, not the total voting membership.
Yes.
Why?
Because that's how the majority is determined. Unless otherwise specific said, it's always the simple majority of the member present.
You're gonna hear from Ivan about this tomorrow morning, I can guarantee you about it.
Point of order.
Pardon?
We have more hands on the deck. May I please? Recognize.
Oh yeah, someone please fix this issue, yeah, Wendell? Yeah, Holly, feel free.
Yeah, I'm looking in the legal code right now. It's for just generally funding requests, right?
It's an MOU.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm with Mingjun in that I don't know that. So the different sections that are listed for voting thresholds are things like legislation or specific funding or appointments. We may try and consider this similar to a contract, and there might be something about contractual pieces of legislation. That's up to you all if you decide that this, falls under that threshold. I mean, it's sort of a contract.
I'm gonna make some
Yeah,
promises.
contracts do require a higher voting threshold though. So if you do decide that, then it is going to be, I think it's a 3/4 vote. So it's up to you all.
I remember our interim executive director explicitly telling the representative of Gotcha Racing that an MOU is not a contract. Is that correct?
It is not a contract. If you don't have guidance for voting on MOU, you should adopt some guidance, like put it somewhere. Figure out what you want it to be, what are you interpreting it as?
Okay, I'll accept the interpretation of the parliamentary motion passes. Senator Schwager?
Motion to approve outstanding BCU award report 25 spring. Oh, wait. Oh, I received my motion.
Then?
Motion to retroactively reallocate all funds under Judicial Council Special Project Account Number 464, category number 7900 to category 7001, food under the same account for the reimbursement of staff members for food provided to the Judicial Council on behalf of the Senate Finance Committee and grant them an exception.
Is this the next one in order?
It is.
It is, no. I deny it. Okay, there's been a motion to reallocate all funds into Judicial Council Special Projects account number 464. Number 7900, category 7001. Food under the same account. Is there a second?
On behalf of the Senate.
That was after 7001.
Yeah, do you want me to send you what I just said?
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you text it?
I
Oh, no, it's fine, whatever.
My apologies.
Just 1 second. And then we should go up to the moot court one that I believe is, yeah, is right above that. With that, another motion. And then. We're in the middle of the motions, sorry. Oh, you guys, okay, let me say how full correct language first, sorry. Stop. 11.
Lisa.
No. So IBP or mine?
IVP.
I have two emails now, man, it's not.
I might send it to the wrong one.
Not yourself.
Okay.
Ooh, wait a second. There's been a motion to retroactively reallocate all funds in the judicial council special project account number 464, category number 7900, category 7001, food under the same account for the reimbursement of staff members provided to the judicial council on behalf of the Senate Finance Committee and grant them an exception. Is there a second, Claire?
Second.
Sorry.
On question.
Go. If there's any objection, call the question.
Consent.
Any objection like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, I advise you go up to the court. Justin?
Motion to approve moot court at UCSB, $3,000 from the financing committee fund for academic teams for the fall 2025 quarter under the 2026 fiscal year.
There's been a motion to approve moot court at UCSB $3,000 from the finance committee fund for academic teams for the fall 2025 quarter under the 2026 fiscal year. Is there a second, Jones?
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion harder.
Hold on,
The
question.
question has been called. There's an objection on the question.
Consent.
Any objection like consent?
Let me get things clear. This is getting approved through finance committee fund? Like the budget of the account of finance committee?
Probably should be sealed fund, that's true.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm on. It should come from like an official like seal. Can we hear what Minjun has to say? Because I feel like Minjun is in all of just 1 minute.
Of course.
No, I'm just a humble servant of the Senate. So I believe there is a fund on the finance committee called academic team or something like that.
Yeah. Yes, I've been on it for years. That is correct. Yeah.
So I think although there could be some room for different interpretation, but I think the motion is trying to say, and I recommend the chair to interpret it as using the funds in the academic team sub-account.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that. And I believe I've run this through Michael. So this should be fine. Where were we? Wait, do you rescind your objection? You rescind your objection?
Hold on, okay, sure.
Yeah,
I just need clarification.
you're sure. So we called the question, right? Okay, is there any objection? Call the question? Any objection like consent? Say no, no stress. Sorry?
It's allocation.
Oh, it's allocation fund. Have we been doing that for yet?
I'm not in the room.
Good saying. Good saying. Twice?
Just so we can finish up some action items. So, for the sake of time, I will just be making these
Wait,
motions.
sorry, we're in the middle of this and we're trying to figure out.
She has the floor.
Point of information, are we in a motion?
Yes, yeah, so the parliamentarian was just saying that we used to do a handle for that one. And I'm trying to figure out whether it has to be replicated for all of them. Yeah, sorry if that wasn't made clear. I mean, we're still in the last one, so. Okay, let's go to a hand vote for this one. Hands up for yes for the move forward one.
Voting yes.
Hands down, no's. Abstentions.
Three abstention. 1403.
I think a reasonable interpretation is that this one is actually approving funding, whereas the rest of them, from what I can remember, are kind of reallocating within account numbers themselves. Whereas this one is approving funding for an entity outside of the association.
I concur with that.
Maurice, feel free.
Motion to approve Arab Stem Group
Motion to approve 250 startup fund for the Arab student group for fiscal year 2025.
There's been a motion to approve the wait a minute, you said a $250 startup fund, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's been a motion to approve $250 startup fund for the Arab student group for FY 2025. Is there a second? Culture. Somebody look?
Motion to approve $250 startup fund for the Arab student group for the fiscal year.
There's been a motion to approve a $250 startup fund for the Arab student group for FY 2025. Is there a second, Jones?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Clear?
Call question.
The question has been called. Is the objection on the question?
Consent.
Any objection to that consent? Yeah, we move into a hand vote. Let's just be. Yeah, let's be safe about that. Hands up for yes, please. Hands down, no's,
No.
abstentions,
Two abstention.
1402. Okay, thank you for both parliamentarian and Senator Lahis for getting that one, so could we please, I would really welcome a motion on the AS Rent Support Program, which I guess I'll say a word about. Is a program that was started in last term and the authors of it are trying to codify into code this year, which essentially helps students at risk of eviction or other, potentially life altering, repercussions for not being able to pay your rent. So it's been a pretty significant program. Anyways, I'd welcome any motions on that. Senator Clara?
Motion to approve 2,223 and 45 cents for the AS rent support program.
There's been a motion to approve $2,223.45 for the AS rent support program. Is it on behalf of the finance committee?
On behalf of the
On behalf
finance.
of the finance committee? I don't believe they need an exception.
No.
Holly?
Commission. Where's this money coming from, or like, where's the money being approved from?
Parliamentarian?
My understanding of the rent support program, I think there is some legislation around it, as money will come from USIV rollover. No, I'm sorry, IVTU rollover.
IVTU what?
Rollover.
Rollover. So we just need to approve it eventually. Like they figured out the funding, we're just sending our approval, the rest of it figured out.
Point of clarification, I was under the impression that IVTU has a $50,000 grant that they give every quarter in regards to rent support.
It's essentially the same question, right? That we're just approving the use of those funds. Parliamentarian?
It's there, it's self-sponsors funding, I will need it to approve it.
Okay,
Just approve.
thank you.
So Clara made the motion, Carter?
Clarification motion is made.
Yeah.
Second.
No discussion. Carter?
Call to question.
Question has been called. Is the objection called question?
Consent.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, we move into a hand vote, just to be safe enough. Are you voting on the yes? Just let me say hands up for yes first, so I'm like, what is on? Hands up for yes. Hands down, please. No's. None. Abstentions? That's 1501.
Yes.
The motion narrowly passes. Sorry, Carter?
Yeah, I was trying to get into this before we motioned to approve, but it's okay. Motion to retroactively fund the Arab Student Group's banquet that happened on May 30th. $250 for food out of Senate undesignated account.
You got that language?
Sorry.
Like, do you have it written?
Yes.
Did you just like text it? If you have it written.
Sorry.
Yeah. There's been a motion to retroactively fund the Arab Student Group's banquet, which happened on May 30th. $250 for food out of the Senate undesignated account. Is there a second?
If there's not a second, can we discuss it? We have to wait for a second for there to be discussion.
Well, yeah, you need a second in order to, the Senate to know that there's enough support for this to even discuss it.
So after the motion, the only thing that can happen is a second.
Correct. Layla?
Second.
We're now in session a little bit.
I'm really unsure what's going on with the retroactive funding. I didn't know that that was something we did. I could just not know, like, I genuinely am just curious. I was under the impression we didn't do that, or it was only under, extreme circumstances, and this has nothing to do with the current allocation. Because like, this is fine, but we've been doing this the entire night, and I would like some clarification because it seems improper.
Nice.
Hi, so since it is the end of of the year, we're in a kind of gray area where the finance committee is not meeting anymore. And so this is why there's so much that may seem not very important money requests happening today. In regards to Arab Student Group, we're retroactively funding this group $250 because they had an event that happened in the past, which they already used their own pocket money from like their own like organization members to pay for the food at this event. So that's why we're asking for a retroactive in order to get money for that food.
So essentially, if I could just add really quickly on there, this has to be a time of giving grace where grace is needed. And that we have a finance committee that hasn't met for weeks. And we're all just trying to figure shit out. This has been, we're not in stuff, right? Luca?
So just curious, so then, let's say in the fall, will we like shy away from doing retroactive requests because we want them to go through the proper channels, and we're just doing this now because the proper channels do not exist? Would that be accurate?
We usually do not approve retroactive requests, but I'm not exactly clear on the policies there, voluntary.
So there's nothing to I'm sorry, just speaking for context, just, yeah. So there's nothing to policy not allow Senate to approve money retroactively. So it's well power out Senate. That said, in normal Senate setting, it's finance committee dealing with all the funding requests. And even if someone comes to the Senate, unless it's really time urgent, the Senate will also direct them to the finance committee. So normally Senate don't deal with individual funding requests. So Senate only deals with policy, yeah.
Right, but I think the question remains, what is usually the procedure for finance committee itself? Under what circumstances do they approve retroactive requests? Voluntary?
Speaking as, actually, I'm a current member of finance committee, so I'll speak on that. So finance committee will say if the funding requests are within reason, like that. So every ASIO gets one policy exception per school year. So if they are willing to use that one exception for retroactive funding, they will usually allow that. Yes.
We remain, Charter.
Call to questions.
Discussion has been called. There's any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Is there any objection to consent? Hang on, we move into a hand vote. But yeah, yes, please. Hands down, please. Noes? Hands down, abstentions. Abstentions?
I think there are two.
I was like, wait, is there a fourth option? Okay, motion passed. Have we already dealt with all these? Look at us, Dan. Sorry. You are me. Oh my God, wait, is that actually everything? No, yeah. Wait, but what about the honorary stuff? All the honorary stuff that we did.
Let me have a look.
What? You get a slasher?
All right. Let's vote on the bunch on the rest.
This one, correct?
Yes.
Well, let's deal with this. Okay, I would welcome any motions on the honorary worksheet 25, which are public release 1. Are you seeing that? This is the worksheet that we spend many hours on, so people can get paid. I would welcome a motion on it.
Is it, or do we need a motion to approve it?
Yes. Lucan,
Motion to approve honorary worksheet 25 when public release.
there's been a motion to approve honorary worksheet 25 when the public releases their second shot.
Second,
We're now in discussion. Michael, the question has been called. Any objection to call the question?
consent.
Any objection to consent? Seeing no motion passes. This one's a little ambiguous because this is a huge financial, so we should interpret it that way, even though it's a little indirect. Okay. To approve. Exactly whether we should abstain as well as should.
Abstains, Allison has to abstain.
For the every seven, or many you were getting. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't think this one, sorry.
Given that honorary concern all members of the association, and if they ask people to abstain because their name is in it, then all senators need to abstain on all honorary allocation, and this is just impractical. So I would advise the chair to, given the situation, allow senators to vote freely on the honorary allocation.
I mean, not every center would be impacted here because it's for winter, but I think it would honestly penalize people who just happen to be in the association in winter. I concur with the parliamentarian. So, okay, so the second has been, we're now into a hand vote, correct? Okay, hands up for yes, please. Well, no, use your non yes.
Never.
Hands down, no,
Zero.
abstention. And I think 5 is harder is away as well. So 11 5.
Never have fast, it's hard to, it's not vote, so we just count. Motion pass.
Motion is passed. 17 minutes. That's winner. Wait, what about spring?
Yes, we're voting on springs.
Oh my God. Okay, so those are all the action items on there have been dealt with.
Yes.
Can I get more information? Okay, I believe Susan, you had some suggestions. Sorry, Susan?
Motion to open, the May 30th email vote minutes.
There's been a motion to open the May 30th. Wait, no, can you move over? Yeah.
What do we do?
So we missed, there was no first and second on one of the motions. Stupid error on my part. Chaudhry?
Second,
So second, we're now in discussion. Sarah?
Call question.
The question has been called, you just call the question,
consent.
any objection, I consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Pilsman,
Motion to amend the agenda, for the May 30th email, vote and add, Senators Sussman and Jones as first and second on a resolution requesting the chancellor to cancel the Ivy Arts Law Committee.
can you take that?
Yeah. That is that.
Just a. Oh, should be.
Just one question.
Yeah.
It's okay if we open the agenda because we just added.
Not even the resolution, we just forgot to have the first one at home. Yeah, so just amending it. There's been a motion to amend the agenda and add Senator Sussman and Jones as first and second on a resolution requesting the chancellor cancel the Ivy Arts Law Committee. Is there a second? Lee?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion, Chaudhry.
Call to
The
question.
question has been called, you object to the question,
Consent.
you object by consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Oh, it's active, you're good. Spencer?
Motion to close the May 30th email vote minutes.
There's been a motion to. Oh, wait a minute. You said, make sure, is there a problem with this? You said motion to open the May 30th email vote minutes and then motion to amend the agenda on the next motion. Speak, man, speak.
I would recommend, but in the interest of time, I would recommend the chair ask for unanimous consent to interpret agenda as minutes.
Do I have unanimous consent to interpret the previous motion as meaning motion to amend the agenda and minutes?
Yes.
Consent.
Any additional consent? Should that be marked in notes and then minutes? We'll go with notes and then. Okay, Dustin,
Motion to close the May 30th email vote minutes and agenda.
there's been a motion to close the May 30th email vote minutes and agenda. Jones, there's been a second round of discussion. Okay.
Public
The
question.
question has been called, any general question?
Consent.
Any objection, I consent. Seeing how motion passes. I believe that was action item. Of the May 30th. Motion approved. Dustin,
Motion to approve the amended minutes for the May 30th agenda. Email vote. May 30th Senate.
let me see if I got this right. Motion to approve the amended minutes and agenda for the May 30th email vote.
Yes, exactly.
Is there a second? There's been a second round of discussion. Jones,
Public question.
question has been called. There's any objection to the question?
Consent.
Objection, I consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Now something?
Yes, it can be legal code.
Pardon?
If not, it should be at HRB legal code.
Okay,
The spring 2,500 or?
we did that. So I just asked about
You
this.
did release the spring 2,500, but I might be wrong.
It's.
Do we release it? Let's release the, sorry.
I think go further down. Motion to vote on. Yeah, it's the one that's 1900.
Should have not, or it's not. Or not. My question.
No, it's outstanding BCU award considered. So it includes the outstanding BCU awards. It's like the final version of the 130. Is my answer correct? Yeah. So that's the one. Yes, that's the truth.
I was wondering, if we release like straight 25 honorary total, and that was these names of everything.
Okay.
We don't necessarily have to release the total because we haven't calculated that, but everyone can just go into and calculate it themselves. Yes.
Very good. Okay. We were actually dealt with all of action items. We move into old business and let me just confirm. We're now in a bill to amend the Human Rights Board legal code. It's finally getting a hearing on the Senate floor. First and second, please, Bill Bray.
Okay, so this bill just updates the structure, the roles and responsibilities of the Human Rights Board to better reflect its current practices and mission. So the key amendments include updating the position titles and duties for clarity and functionality, clarified the voting membership and removed sections E2 and E3 that called for the forfeit and removal of voting rights and membership based on attendance, refined job descriptions, codified event and collaboration expectations, revised appointment and removal processes, and affirmed the board's autonomy, and lastly outlined internal bylaw procedures. And this will help HRB
make their appointments for next board meeting. Next board of next year.
So we look, go for it.
Working my laptop just died, but similar to kind of what I visited, I was applying about, yeah, overall, I've been having discussions with the HRP board and everything, and just like mentions implications towards the code. Overall, the lead code helps regards to updating the rules, the better, just for the HRP developing mission and promoting its rights. Overall, expanding for future HRP board and requires better, restructuring and voting membership better. I would say just having emphasis on telling me because overall, just refining the structures a bit.
Are you USBC?
Yeah, it's just really straightforward.
You don't mind?
Yeah, here, take this.
Okay, we're actually, before doing that, I think this is very worth briefly noting that I would like to commend the first and the second for being really responsive on, if you read the standing rules, the offices and leaderships of both the interim vice president and the pro tems, reserve the right to refer any legislation they might be concerned might contravene legal code or have any other, issues like might contravene some policies that are even, beyond the association level. The office of the attorney general, there was no attorney general in place when this was first motion to be added onto the agenda, but they dealt with it really promptly and really thoroughly. I want to commend both of you, and I don't just put that on everyone's notice that might be, that's the process that we're taking up this year, to make sure that there's no legislation that we have to revisit months later and be like, oh my God, this contradicts the legal code being added on to. Okay.
I also want to say thank you to the first and second
Very
for
nice.
having a great bill that has footnotes citing the whereas clauses and explaining the exigence for the bill. So thank you, and I hope that we as a Senate continue that precedent.
Yeah, and to make clear, this was first on the agenda on the May 28th meeting. Pardon?
25th.
Our original,
Sure.
swearing in, yeah.
What is it on the agenda then? Anyways, that doesn't really matter. My point being that this has been on previous agendas and it can't actually be voted on in this time. So if we're done with discussion, we can, I'd welcome any motions. So that
Call the question?
motion has been made
Oh,
on,
apologies.
so should motion to vote on.
Yeah, motion to, oh, sorry.
You shall.
Okay, motion to refer a bill to amend the Human Rights Board legal code to the Senate Liaison Committee.
There's been a motion to refer a bill to amend the Human Rights Board legal code to the liaison committee. Is there a second part of it?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Audrey,
Call to questions.
the question has been called by Senator Chaudhary. Is there any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Consent.
Any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. So it was my understanding that the Human Rights Board and their advisor really wanted this kind of promptly, in which case you can discharge it from the committee and vote on it tonight. If not, we can move it to liaison wherever we want. I welcome any motions. Luke, sorry, continue.
I don't necessarily have an issue with this. I just want to say it out loud that we don't necessarily want to be doing this regularly, but we're doing this out of respect because Human Rights Board specifically asked us to do this. We're not doing this because it's something we want to be procedure that we refer bills and bring them back just as we can.
Yeah, and they've gone through this extensive multi-week process, I think anyways.
So point of information. Are we allowed to pass a bill? According to the legal code, it says it has to be tabled for one school week. Oh, we did table this time.
Correct.
I apologize.
Okay,
Motion to discharge a bill to amend the Human Rights Board legal code from Senate Liaison Committee.
there's been a motion to discharge a bill to amend the Human Rights Board from the Senate Liaison Committee. Is there a second? Chaudhary,
Second.
there's been a second round of discussion, Harder.
Call the question.
The question has been called. There's any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes. It's now back on the floor. I welcome any motions. Just vote on the thing through someone. Sussman,
Question to vote on a bill to amend the Human Rights Board legal code.
there's been a motion to vote on a bill to amend the Human Rights Board legal code. Is there a second? Chaudhary,
Second.
it's been a second round of discussion. And
Call the
the
question.
question has been called. There's any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Any objection to that consent? You know, moving to a hand vote. Just don't here and then the passage from that. Okay, hands up for yes. No? Okay.
Yes.
13. Noes,
Zero no.
abstentions,
3 abstention.
1303.
Yes.
Are we at 16? Yes, we are, okay. Okay, motion passes. I'm not speculating that this is what you guys did, just saying in general. I'm really glad that the Attorney General spoke about conflict of interest. This is not one of those cases. You don't have to abstain on legislation that you've introduced. Conflict of interest is defined as personal or financial gain and not legislation that you yourself introduced. You can very much, go for that.
I guess
Jones?
I was abstained because that was a previous HRM member, so I said with caution.
Even that is not strictly necessary, correct?
Yeah, it's not.
Volunteer?
Point of order. You do not abstain for any reason, so.
No, you can't abstain, and I said I'm not speculating on anyone's intent, I'm just saying in general, this is the case, volunteer.
First, it's not the front of order. And second, even though it may be a gray area on whether or not a senator is required to abstain, but it's the best practice. I abstained on areas related to GGC.
That's fair, that's fair, if you have a relation to this MBCU, I'm just saying. You don't have to not vote yes on legislation that you've passed, if that's the sole criteria.
Yes.
Okay, that motion is passed. I welcome any motions on, or sorry, Senator Sessions, do you have anything?
Just point of order, there's 30 minutes in being left.
So, point of order. So we're ruled. I'd welcome any motions on, oh. Actually, no, sorry, we're now on a bill to standardize the Senate Finance Committee leadership brought by Councilman Jones. You guys want to briefly speak on it?
We voted on this earlier. This is simply just a continuity error in legal code, and we're just fixing it to make the respective chair positions of finance committee chair and vice chair rather than external and internal chair. So that we can appoint them tonight.
Charles?
Just adding on to that helps with our mission of just cleaning up legal code in general and making it easier now, so we don't have to go back to the legislature later, so, yeah.
To be clear, we passed that thing earlier on. We're not passing this tonight, just out of respect, frankly, of the Senate as an institution, because this was introduced on by an email vote and having that sort of continuity. So I would highly recommend that there's a motion to refer this to the Finance Committee, because many of these crucial amendments were actually made by the motion made previously. There.
Motion to refer a bill to standardize Senate Finance Committee leadership to Senate Finance Committee.
There's been a motion to refer a bill to standardize Senate Finance Committee leadership to Senate Finance Committee. Is there a second? Chaudhry?
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in session. Sure. So the question has been called. Is there any objection to call the question? Is there any objection like that? Seeing no motion passes, and that's been referred. Well, it's finally on here. We now move on to a resolution requesting the chancellor cancel the Ivy Arts lock and fee load. First, second, please.
Yeah, this executive director, acting executive director Lieberman, talked about this last meeting. For anyone that doesn't remember, there's essentially a duplicate of this fee. And so this would send us the chancellor to cancel one of those fees so that we're not having 2 times the fee based codes.
Pardon?
What you said, exactly.
Beautiful. Okay, we're now in discussion. Anyone want to add on? Sarah?
Call question.
You got a motion to refer.
Motion to refer resolution requesting the chancellor cancel the Ivy Arts lock and fee to Senate advocacy.
There's been a motion to refer a resolution requesting the chancellor cancel the Ivy Arts lock and fee to Senate Advocacy Committee. Is there a second on?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Heard?
Question.
The question has been called. There's any objection to call the question? Any object to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. You know, Logan?
Motion to discharge a resolution requesting the chancellor cancel Ivy Arts lock and fee from Senate Advocacy Committee.
There's been a motion to discharge a resolution requesting the chancellor cancel the Ivy Arts lock and fee to Senate Advocacy Committee. Is there second, Jones? Oh, sorry. There's been a second round of discussion. Chaudhry?
Call to question.
Question has been called. There's any objection to the question?
Consent.
Any objection to consent? No, motion passes. It's back on the floor. Okay.
Motion to vote on a resolution requesting the chancellor to cancel the IVR slot.
There's been a motion to vote on a resolution requesting the chancellor to cancel the IVR's law committee. Is there any objection? No. Is there a second? Clara?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Pardon?
Call the question.
The question has been called. There's any objection? Call the question.
Consent.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, we move into a hand vote, this legislation. I won't say it. I'll say it. Positional resolutions have to pass by unanimous, so, hands up, yes.
Yes.
Hands down, no's.
0.
Let's get that. Okay, abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, let's deal with this quickly. Do I have unanimous consent to move back into discussion items? Is this? Okay, we're on the Isla Vista Arts Student Board request. And-
If I ask for objection to the consent.
All right, is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, we are in discussion items, and we're in the IV Art Student Board request, which I requested Senator Suppleman to kind of summarize for us, so we can save a little bit of time.
Yeah, briefly, they're requesting that we release all of their funds because of inflation and increasing prices. And they simply can't afford to finish the they're spending this quarter. So they're asking us to release those funds.
Sure, what does this mean?
I bet it sounds like they're asking for the rollover money. That how you do it. Rollover money that was approved last time, or not approved, was what? Finance committee now holds that money, $104,000. In the account that will go towards things that they promised the IVRs. At higher end.
Okay, I was in the 75th and I'm a little lost, and maybe you can help on this, so I'm sure new senators will be at least just as lost. So this is the same entity that we're voting on, requesting the chancellor dissolve their lock and fee. And they're requesting the release of funds. And you're interpreting that as last year's funds to go to who, to do what?
Right, well, their advisor was acting, I believe, and requested via email. And so I think this is the official method to request the funds back. And the group hasn't really, I mean, there was rollover, $104,000 rollover. So which they didn't use because they didn't go through our processes, and they have a few from last year. So they didn't need the money for the previous year. And so the last Senate swept that rollover money away 2 weeks ago anyway. So it must, someone wanted to undo that. It's sitting in a designated finance committee.
Okay, so we are requesting that the lock and fee is dissolved because they get their funding from elsewhere, is that correct? Where do they get their funding outside of
They
ASM?
passed last year a campus elections commission for almost the exact same amount of ours. So that they don't have to go through us, AS, for anything. They don't have to have a student board, they don't have to go through
Got it.
our finance, they don't have to do any of that stuff. They just get the money directly to a department.
Okay,
And so that's how they exist right now. Since last spring. So they just had money that in there for 2 years that they didn't use because they were trying to fix things or undo things. So that's the money they got swept 2 weeks ago from the previous Senate into a finance committee account that could be used for exactly the same thing and had to be used for exactly.
okay, and I'll try to make this last question. This money that they had sitting in there for 2 years was the money that they've gotten from AS or the external one?
From AS.
Okay. Okay,
Well, the chair allow me to speak as current member of the finance committee.
Gladly.
Senator Chair, so for a bit of context, there has been issues since the 75th Senate with IV Act. The problem was the advisor has no, that's so that my opinion of course, but my opinion is that the advisor have no, basically they don't listen to students. It's a student fee. They want to spend it like a school funding. That's not all right. There were conversations hosted by then Executive Director Marcel McKay. They don't like the conversation, so they went on to create another thing, but they have escaped student oversight. The routing language allows the finance committee to fund practically any events within Ivy. It will be used. It will be used for good events. The bottom line is student fee has to have student involvement. The Ivy Arts, the advisor has been proven, in my opinion, to not listen to student advice. I recommend that the need to reject that. That's it. I yield.
Okay, do we think that that's proper context? Anything we want to add in the limited time we have? Sure.
I want to preface this by saying, I'm obviously new to this, so forgive my ignorance about this, but how do we know specifically that they're not listening to student voices? I'm just asking for your guidance and your experience.
Okay.
You can reach out to former Senator Diana Kara or the Executive Dr. McKay or I guess any senator on the 74th Senate, and they will tell the exact same story. It's a very public matter back then.
TLDR years of experience. Carter?
So this letter is signed off by 3 people who identify themselves as members of the Isla Vista Arts Student Advisory Board.
Marissa, would you?
They have their own advisory board, it's just not a board that we have. And they do have student input, they just don't do it through the mechanisms that AS does that.
I get you.
So they're doing it their own, because they've had challenges with getting folks on the board to then pass the spending. So their frustration is with the bureaucracy of the data process. It's not about supervisor. They do it.
Okay.
Okay, can we make this last thing and maybe we, yeah.
Weekend. So I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We good?
I'd like to request that we just move past this and don't take any action on the discussion items. I don't know if that's a motion or anything, but I would just ask that chair that we could do that.
That's a phenomenal point. I was requested pretty explicitly by the advisor whose name I'm forgetting, to vote on this today, but that word is not binding, and this is in discussion items. It is the Senate's decision. Okay.
I'm about to make a motion, and please point of order if this is out of order, but motion to move out of discussion items and into appointments and resignations.
That's what you know.
Yes, I think, yes. There's been a motion to move out of discussion items and into appointments and resignations. Is there a second, Shawdry?
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Whitelaw. Question has been called. There's any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Any objection to consent?
I just, point of information, so.
Look, you're making an objection. You don't have to point of
Objection.
information. These are all points are like specific things that mean specific, for specific purposes. So please give the objection.
So if we don't grant this, what's gonna happen to them? Like, if they have funding, are they not gonna continue for the summer? We have summer residents and they're performing a service to students throughout the summer, so can I just have some clarification on what's in it?
Yeah, so I'll try to give a brief explanation and parliamentary, but it doesn't suffice, please, I don't know. They have plenty of money from the 2 years that they've gone from AES. And now they have an external funding structure through Campus Elections Commission that doesn't run through AES because they were not satisfied with student participation through AES. And now they're requesting even more funding that we've swept into our rollover fund that we have to, put on other activities in the association. They want that too. Sean?
So they can also just come and request the funds from that finance committee pot of money there. They can do it absolutely that, $104,000, they can come and ask for that money. We don't have to give it to them directly as an option.
Does that answer the question?
Yes.
We just, since they wanted to vote, and if they do look at the agenda, it will show vote, should we just motion to reject Isla Vista Arts and Board request so that there is a vote on the agenda, but then.
We're actually in the middle of an objection. So. Because there was an objection to the consent, if he doesn't rescind it, we move it to a hand vote, correct?
Yes.
I rescind my objection.
You rescind the
I
objection?
rescind.
So,
No,
here's our lead-
um,
here's our lead.
My question was, since they wanted us to vote on it, or like they specifically requested you to vote on it, should we not just make a motion to reject the request so that there's an official vote that we reject the request or no? But it was just like.
It's very honorable of you, but this, this seems like the simplest route would just be. So I think we're back and call the question.
It's objection to rescind.
The objection was rescind, that's true. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We're in appointments and resignations. Senator Sussman.
Motion to add Nadine Millis as chair and Adam Moharab, sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, as vice chair under the appointments and resignations for Senate Finance Committee.
There's been a motion to add Nadine Mongees as chair and Adam Moharab as vice chair of the Senate Finance Committee. Is there a second? Senator Lee.
I was like, this is just one of clarification I had that. I apologize for not report, but how strictly do you need to follow a senator's verbal language in a motion? So in this case, would we have to say, I apologize if I said your name wrong in the motion, or is that just cannot be disregarded?
Well, then.
It's up to the interpretation of the chair, and if any member disagree with the decision of the chair, they are entitled to make a point of order.
Here's my interpretation. I care not. All right. It was there. No, you didn't. I don't lie.
I said
all this or something. It was,
All this.
I think we're now in discussion. Lucan,
Call question.
the question has been called. There's any objection to call the question? Any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. They're added onto the agenda. Volunteer?
Just for the record, can the LAP clarify if those appointments coming from him?
And that's what I thought you were adding. And I thank you for bringing it back up. Yes, the first has my full consent on adding this appointment. This has been communicated by me. It is the internal vice president's prerogative to appoint the chair and vice chair of finance. He is not usurping any of it. Yeah. Thank you for that. Suspending.
Okay.
No, you called the question.
Oh, I go.
Were you second? You were second? Sorry? You were, yeah. Oh. Pardon?
Sharing my screen.
All right. No.
Motion to approve. Or, sir.
Pardon?
What information do you want? Is at the end of the adding to the appointments?
Yes. Sir Sussman.
Motion to add Senator John to the Finance Committee.
There's been a motion to add Senator John as a senator voting member.
As a Senate voting member on the Finance Committee.
There's been a motion to add Senator John as a senator voting member to the Finance Committee. Is there a second, Claire?
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Jones?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to call the question? Any objection to consent? Seeing no motion passes, that has been added on. Okay.
I would like to. If. Okay, with the Senate, I'm gonna make two motions in a row, but the first and most importantly. I move to approve Kamaya Jackson as co-chair of the Student Commission on Racial Equity.
Okay, let me clarify. That's Metzger's appointment. It has nothing to do with what JC was here about. So if I'm interpreting, but I think you're trying to say, you want to like retroactively do the part that Iden was recommending.
No, I'd like to approve the current appointment of Kamaya Jackson as co-chair of Student Commission.
So you want to vote on that one specifically?
I'd like to motion to approve it, not vote on it. I didn't make a motion, but I just made a motion to approve.
Right, but you mean for the upcoming, for the 76th term, and not the retroactive one?
Correct.
Okay, cool. That was, you made that motion, right?
Yes.
There's been a motion to approve Maya Jackson as chair of the Student Commission on Racial Equity.
I think, Chair.
There's been a motion to approve Maya Jackson as co-chair of the Student Commission on Racial Equity. Is there a second for both? Proxy vote then. There's been a second, we're now in discussion. Jones,
The question.
the question has been called, or is there objection to the question? Any objection by consent?
It's a project. It's an improvement, so haven't.
Is that some rules?
I believe so.
Whatever, we'll do it. Hands up for yes. Fifteen, right?
15, yeah.
Hands down? No. Hands down, sessions?
15-0, but
2-1. Motion passes. So we're good.
To keep in line with how we did appointments last meeting. I would like to motion to approve Nadeem Mongees as chair of Senate Finance Committee, Adam Maharab as vice chair of Senate Finance Committee, Romy Riss as senator voting member of Senate Finance Committee, and Yu Chang, Jenny Jang as senator voting member of Senate Finance Committee.
There's been a motion to approve Nadeem Mongees as chair, Adam Maharab as vice chair, Romy Riss as senator voting member, and Yu Chang Jenny Jiang as senator voting member of the Senate Finance Committee. Is there a second? Pardon?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion. Wait. Don?
Well, I do have something to discuss. Is their interview going to be posted on the agenda or?
Oh my God. Can you please?
I don't have access to it.
Point of information. I believe there are a few more Senate members that were interested in being part of finance committee, such as.
That is indeed not a point of order.
That was an information. It's a question.
Sure, yeah, I'll choose a question. You mean as just regular voting members of the planning committee?
For running. Have the knowledge that they were running for a position on finance committee, but if they don't want that position, would they like go as like a regular Senate voting for that committee?
Yeah, they could go for whatever.
So should we-
Well, you have to gain the approval of the interim vice president first. I really don't think it's that pressing a matter. We could just do it that's completely fine. We can just do it in the first meeting of summer. We can just like get everyone else on the committees because we're severely lacking on that. That's okay. Somebody could remind me where we were.
We have 9 minutes in this round.
That's where we are. That is true. What do you want? I'll do it.
You're supposed to do this while the pro temps are handling the agenda. Can we get through the meeting?
A little grace, relax. We're now in discussion, right? Okay. Yeah,
Call the question.
the question has been called. Is an objection called the question? The objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We vote by hand vote, yeah, hands up for yes, please.
Point of order. The link to my interview
This
is
is not-
Jenny's interview.
this is not from the fountain.
And what point is it?
It's not about the point. You can,
I
that's
in my-
at best a point of personal privilege.
That we can maybe address after voting. Hands up for yes. Eleven, right?
Hey, yes, we can't do.
Hands up for yes, sorry, one more time.
Seven.
Hands down, no's. Hands down, abstentions.
Wow.
You could stand up later as well.
Are you an abstention? We're still an abstention, that's fine.
I'm an assumption.
Okay, so it makes it 5, right?
Yeah, that was
11 and 5.
Sure.
Yes,
I asked you that you just ask for unanimous consent to vote on those appointments without a motion. We don't have time.
we really don't. Do I have unanimous consent to vote on approval of appointments? So I'm asking.
Consent.
Sure. Just people need to
Any
be.
objection on consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We move into a hand vote to bundle and approve all appointments. Hands up for yes. Closer.
If you are about the senator being nominated to a committee that will be Senate Liaison Committee and Senate Outreach Committee, you should abstain in this vote. And if you are not, feel free to vote.
Okay, hands up for yes.
Jenny, are you voting? yes?
Okay. Right. Oh, I heard wrong.
It's 9, right?
Yeah, just that.
Hands down, no. Hands down, abstentions. 906, right?
Yeah, that was it.
Sorry. Okay, I believe that's appointments and resignations dealt with. Right?
Yes.
Okay, do we have to re-accept the agenda now?
No, it's fine.
You sure?
You guys for unanimous consent to approve the agenda.
Do I have unanimous consent to move into acceptance of the agenda? Just like consent? You know, which passes. I would welcome any motions to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to accept the agenda.
That's
No, it's not a motion.
Yeah, it's something like approve the agenda as amended. Really?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Is there a second, Senator Thorough?
Second.
Second round discussion. Pardon?
Other question?
The question has been called. Is there any objection to call the question? Seeing objection by consent. Seeing none, motion passes. The motion passes. Okay. Adjournment. Do I have unanimous consent to move to adjournment?
Objection.
Actually?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quick question, sorry, quick comment. Everybody remember to sign off the resolution we made for Dr. Marquise on her thing, just for her celebration next week. So we're gonna sign it as sign it before we.
That's a lovely objection with you rescinded.
No, it's.
Appreciate it. Senator Lucan? Wait, okay. Objection to consent.
Oh, point of
Seeing none, motion passes. Point of information.
Can the chair just decide to move into the next thing without consent? Cause I thought that's what.
Yeah, when it's the next thing, when you've, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's when you've dealt with all of the points of an agenda. So let's say you're in I6, you want to move into I7, I just go into it. But what if I'm moving from B to Z? Is that correct?
100%.
Senator Lucan,
Motion to adjourn at 10:56 PM on Wednesday, June 4th.
is there a motion to adjourn at 10:56 on Wednesday, June 4th? 2025, 30 seconds lead. There's been a second, we're now in discussion, Maurice. The question has been called. Is there any objection to call the question?
Consent.
Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, motion passes, we're adjourned.